should go live. Yeah.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome along to the AOR broadcast booth for what will be 12 hours of spectacular multi-class GT racing at the Suzuka International Racing Course. This is the Apex Online Racing 12 Hours of Suzuka on Assetto Corsa Competizione. My name is Brayden Hill. I'm joined by my colleague Niclas Domino here in the booth. He will be my producer and co-commentator. Throughout this 12 hours, we'll have a lot of varying content for you to enjoy between interviews, live racing, of course, as well as some interesting conversation regarding ACC itself. We're going to have some interviews with some Apex Online Racing coordinators, and just generally going to have a really good time today. Nick, welcome into the booth.
Thank you.
Nick, what do you think we're going to see here today? We have a lot of varying classes. We of course had our Super Pole session. As we see, we've now gridded the cars up.
Yeah, I think from what we saw in the Super Bowl, we saw, the dominance of the Mercedes. But I'm not sure that we're gonna see total dominance by the Mercedes and the Astons. It's gonna be interesting because from what I have heard and understood, they're not able to run on maximum boost power for all 12 hours. In the 8 hours race that we had last time, they were having issues with damaging the engines after 6 hours in the Aston Martins especially. So that's gonna be interesting to see. Also, I think that it's gonna be interesting for this race is, as you mentioned before, the different classes. We have both GT3 and GT4 cars on the field at the same time, but in the different classes GT3s, we are having Pro, Silver, and Am. So there will be races within the classes as well, and that hopefully should give us a bit more to talk about during the race.
Indeed, and we're seeing the session has been set forward. Now, interesting, we have had a little bit of server issues for those watching. Originally, we were starting in light rain conditions, though we will start in the dry. The weather forecast, however, does have a 30% chance of showers throughout the race, so it might not stay this dry. Going to be interesting to see how the weather conditions will affect these cars. The front engine cars rather stable in those conditions, it seems, which will further assert the dominance of the Astons and the Mercedes, which we've seen already at this track. And it looks like we are about to get ready. Not sure where the timer is on the session quite yet. Race control will, of course, let us know on that. But we also do have live race control, live race starting, so that will be interesting to watch for those, for ourselves, of course, and for those in chat on YouTube. We'll be keeping a close eye on YouTube chat, so if you have any interesting points you'd like to have us discuss, anything you'd like to bring up, any topics arising, please feel free to share with us through the YouTube chat and through Discord, and keep us entertained.
Yeah, to that point as well, we have on the AOR forms and stuff like that, we have added the a form that people can fill out with topics that they hope that they want us to talk about. There's a link in the description to that form as well. So if you have any topics that you think could be interesting for us to discuss and bring up, you can also go that way if we unfortunately miss your comment on the live chat. And at the moment I think we're still waiting for the guys to get their setup done. They will have just making sure that their race setup is now on. full fuel and all that, because there's nothing more annoying than actually going out racing with the wrong setup.
For sure. And you can also take account of the fact that we have over 60 drivers, not including Race Control, who is in here as a driver. But Race Control is going to be live. I did mention that, but also we have a lot of freaking cars in here. So it will be a little bit slow going at the start, but I'm sure everything will smooth out in time. Hopefully they'll be able to get through the start of this race cleanly, and we won't have any issues on that front.
Oh yeah,
Now,
definitely.
on the topic, since we are waiting here, I did want to discuss with you, Nick. I know that you've spent a lot of time working on some liveries for some teams as well as the skin pack. Tell me about that.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the ACC game actually offers custom liveries, and we are, you know, making sure that there are some teams who have you know, going to use these liveries and have sent them in, and I have created this pack where people can send in their amazing creations, because there are some really great drivers out there, great creators of liveries, and as we are at the moment looking at the driver Cody in car number 9, this is a custom livery, and he's getting driven through by another car. This is a short start. I'm not sure what is going on at the moment. The jumping back and forth. But yeah, we are making use of the skins. There are not too many of them, but we hope to see more in the future. But it's also still in a beta version, so as they're getting down here.
Everybody shuffle to the front of your seats. You're only going to need the edge of your seat for the next 12 hours of racing. Happy to have you with us in the AOR commentary booth. And it looks like we are getting ready to get started. Cody Blanton in the number 9 Mercedes AMG GT3 will start the race from pole. It'll be a little difficult from this angle to see when he hits the gas. And just waiting on the lights. Green flag is out. Cody Blanton will start the race as they spread out 5, 6, and 7 wide all the way across the track. A wild start to the race. Cody Blanton gets clear coming into the first chicane, the first turn, I should say. The Aston Martin that started on outside pole already losing a few positions at the start of the race. Looks like we have a lot of contacts and people getting punted off in the back of the pack. Gonna have to look back towards that.
Mr. Andre, the P2 car Aston Martin just got hit by, I think it was Darren King. Darren King and Otto had a bit of discussion through the turn 1 of hitting each other,
Aston Martin as well.
And who else?
Contact between an Aston Martin and that is the Bentley.
Oh, I need car numbers.
I'm trying to find them. I apologize for that. And we do apologize to those watching on the stream. We are learning as we go a little bit. Okay. Now, it looks like our GT4 field has actually gotten through rather cleanly at the very back of the pack.
Ooh, as we have a crash at the front.
We've made it through. Ooh. Well, Cody Blanton far off now. Oh, and sideways, completely sideways, was that Audi. Not sure who that was.
It's Tico van der Velde. There's just carnage all over the place. Drivers hitting each other and crashing all over the place. We're just calm down, guys. It's a 12-hour race. It's not a 12-minute sprint. They will just need to get into, position and just get away from all the trying to overtake and stuff like that. And we are seeing a bit too many incidents at the moment, but there's a little bit of a lag there. And there's still a lot of fighting, but there are also a lot of cars on here. As we mentioned, it's a 63 car field, so there will always be a lot of cars to maneuver and not a lot of space. This is not the widest track in the world out there, and it's a very technical track, and you have a lot of difficult technical corners where you need not only downforce but also a lot of mechanical grip and talent to get through. And with a lot of, ooh, as we see the Audi dive in on the Lamborghini, the police Lamborghini of 728, as Timo is trying to get back up the field after that contact at the beginning of the race.
It is going to be a question of attrition. Looking at the start so far, a lot of cars sideways, but not a lot of heavy contact. It doesn't seem quite yet. Of course, we did see the Audi make some pretty heavy contact with the wall, and you can see a little bit of stuttering on the server. That's been present since practice and qualifying sessions. Hopefully, it does not get too much worse, if worse at all. Hopefully, that should improve, as we do expect to see some cars drop out throughout the day. As anyone would expect in endurance racing. At the very front of the field, it's been a clean start for Cody Blant, and he has well and truly gone off. He's round about
2.2 seconds.
2.2 seconds ahead of Darren King in the second position. Richie B in the 999 Mercedes. He's a little bit further back, followed by another by an Aston. Now, very interesting to see is one of the Lexus already all the way up here towards the front of the field. We haven't seen a lot of dominance from the Lexus like we've seen from the Mercedes and the Aston, but it is very clear to see that the front-engined GT3 is much more power, much more pace they have here in the Suzuka circuit thus far.
It's also torque heavy cars. It's they're having a lot of their powers in the lower revs. And one thing that many forget about this track is, as we are looking at the car in P8 number 64 of Wickens, as he's going through the S's, this is uphill as well. This is really where, as I just saw a couple of cars crashing in the background, it's going up here. You're needing a lot of power, but you're not really high revving through here. So this is really where the torque is helping you a lot. So that is one of the reasons why we're probably seeing the dominance of the front engine cars.
On the topic of front engine cars, let's talk about the only Lexus at the front of the field, shall we? That is the number 514 CG Racing Lexus RCF GT3 as he goes to the inside of an Aston Martin, making a pass there. That team was founded by Tobias Topi. It includes Martin Schumacher, currently in the car, Stefan Zero, and Tobias himself. Tobias has actually let us know that he's actually an electrical engineer and has built his own wheel, custom-built wheel he's using on his rig. Of course, GC in GC Racing means Gorilla Club Racing, which is the name of a party area of a music festival that they visited in Hockenheim. So the German team calling back to their roots, of course. And they're all big motorsports fans, they say. Decided to race against themselves on consoles and then switched over to the PC version of the game, and have since grown the team and now are looking for a strong finish, currently running 5th overall in the Lexus as they come across the line running a 201.650 and catching, it looks like, the Aston Martin just ahead.
Oh yeah, definitely. And it's interesting. We have gathered some of these stories from different teams and stuff like that, so we will go through them. And I will just also point out that at the moment in P12 overall we have the 95 Ferrari. Interesting to see that it's a Ferrari who's leading the Silver Cup race. As mentioned before, we are having these different classes within. And on the overlay, it's shown by, you can see the number of the car. This is number 95 with a dark gray and white number. That's the Silver Cup cars. The white background and black numbers are Pro guys. And in P22 overall, we are having Antonio in the as well an Alexis in the AM class, car number 85, and that's a red background with black numbers on the overlay. And these drivers are not, they're not obliged to, you know, just get out of the way. They are allowed to race as hard as possible with anybody, because at the end of the day they're still battling for the overall lead. You know, they still want to win, but getting, you know, also class victory is something that's really important and should not be looked down on.
Indeed, and those are, of course, the virtues of endurance racing and multi-class racing in general. Always super exciting to see different classes, lots of topics to discuss. Now, I have a personal connection with the 111 car, currently driven by Mike Skeppers. Of course, they are a team that I run with in iRacing, and of course, I'm very passionate about. That is the number 111 V3 Racing McLaren. Of course, it does not seem the livery has loaded on that car, unfortunately.
No.
But, of course not. But that car will be driven by Mike Skeppers as well as Merlin Cooper and Adam Flynn. Mike hails from the Netherlands. Then we have Adam from the UK, specifically Britain. And then we have Merlin, who is the pride of Austria, of course. And that team, all the way up to the 16th position, they qualified in 25th, so they clearly have gotten through that carnage at the beginning of the race rather cleanly. Now, if there's any cars you'd like to see and hear about, please let us know in the YouTube chat. We'd love to talk with you guys, respond, go back and forth, and be able to bring up any topics arising, anything interesting that you see on track that we might have missed. Of course, currently we still have all 63 cars on track, still running. To look back at our GT4 field, which actually has kept rather clean. A little bit hard to find, if I could. A rather small GT4 field, admittedly, so it won't be too much variation in traffic, though the difference in pace between our Gold or Pro class and those in AM is rather high, and over this course of 12 hours, we do expect to see several cars go laps down purely on pace. Let's see if we can find some of the GT4 cars. One of the GT4 cars, the only car, in fact, in the GT4 AM class, is the number 833, currently driven by Hayden Craggs. That is the... actually, why don't you tell us about that, Nick, since you made that livery?
I did not make that livery. I just really enjoyed that livery. It's a B-Wax Racing, and they're having, as you can see on the side, this amazing big B and a honeycomb pattern on it. I really enjoy that. They are warning on the back of the car that the driver's not wearing any pants. And as he's actually going off track there and losing a position to Michael Madsen. But as you were saying that they're the only one in AM, they're not.
Oh, I do stand corrected. They're the only one with the custom livery in AM, I should say.
That's the one. As we are having car number 44, the GT3 of one go behind them at the moment, passing. That gotta be having... He gotta have had some issues during the start of the race to be this far back, and now we can actually see what the difference between a GT3 and a GT4 is.
A lot of horsepower difference. It's going to be top speed that really separates them. Though the GT4s are very fast in the straight line, given that they don't have quite as much downforce as the GT3s, so they have a little bit less drag. Now, to read from what has been sent from the team, number 833, Beeswax Racing says that the team name was derived as a play on the founder, Stephen Beswick's name. It was a play on his surname when they needed to come up with a team name, so it was a natural choice. Also in that team is featured Steve Carey, Kukulov Eugene, or Eugene as he prefers to be called. They've each been quite new to the sim. Eugene saying that he's only just started racing this summer. Steve Carey has also only started recently, started in the beginning of 2019, and a little bit of dabbling from Steven himself, who founded the team and runs with a Fanatic setup. Now we've had a request in chat for to discuss the number 83 car. Let's see if we can find them on track.
Jack Fakar in the BVRE Simsport at the moment. They are P2 in Pro Class and also P2 in the GT Force. And they are having the AM leader actually breathing down their neck at behind them at the moment. Do we have info on them?
Oh no, I have found them here.
Okay, good.
It's a Turkish team. Team name comes from the famous 90s football game Sensible Soccer, and they also have a FIFA Pro Clubs team called Sensible FC, which is founded back in 2010. Now, Ismail Gayun Esu, as he is so graciously allowed to be given a pronunciation to have, is also known as Capo, 37 years old, and has loved racing gaming since the 90s. So a little bit of an older crowd in that car. Ersan Yilmaz rather has kept it quite simple in his description of himself as, quote, a mysterious old fart. And of course, the third driver, Nuri, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that last name, previously a go-kart driver. He's been in sim racing since 2008, but self-proclaimed goose egg, so to speak, not having too much success. Burkan Yusei has been playing with driving simulators since with a Logitech Driving Force GT since 2019, and this will be his first endurance racing experience, he says. And of course, the final driver, Volkan, another last name I will never, ever be able to pronounce, could not unfortunately join this race, but is says he's one of the fastest drivers in ACC and missed the chance to race in an SRO esports tournament by a 10th. So certainly a very fast lineup and a great group of drivers there.
As I've just swapped to some of the GT3s we had P21 to P27 within, I don't know, a nose hair. They're just really, battles all over the place, and of course we're not gonna be able to get all of them. But at the moment I'm looking at car number 17, the BMW, one of the few.
We have a battle for position right now. Battle for position, the number 69 car.
69 car. Oh, yeah.
Currently being passed by that is an Aston Martin. Currently being passed by another Aston, as well as a Nissan GT-R.
What position?
In the 21st position.
21st position. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There we are.
So he was passed in the hairpin by his fellow Aston, as well as the GT-R that is now pulled away a bit of a gap from them. So a couple of Astons right on top of each other. Very similar pace from those, though significant front-end damage to the lighter yellow Aston Martin to the inside. And he's making a move to the inside there. Clean pass, as now that second Aston, I am not sure which car number that is, now under pressure from the 911 Porsche behind him. That's Giannis.
Yeah, it's the number 12 of Andrade, as we're seeing here, getting past, and that damage were caused by the start of the race, and that's actually the guy who started P2. So that's how bad this race has gone. But again, there's 11 hours and 42 minutes to go. So once they're getting into the pits, they will probably try and get that car fixed and and try and get out there and get up through the field, because they are a fast team, the Valencian Sport, and Malone Andrade I have commented on before, and he is a he's not maybe the fastest of all we have in here, but he's definitely a fast one. A driver and a team that we cannot get around talking about is the car number 39, who has just overtaken the GT4 of BWAX Racing. As actually getting towards overtaking this car is Jaslav Hojsik, and better known as Jadia, the big YouTuber in the Audi. He and his teammates won the 8 hours of California last time, so it's really a team that is exciting to follow, and I think a lot of the viewers will know him, and might be, this might be the guy that they're coming to see. Interesting car choice being in the Audi. There's not too many of the Audis, if actually he's not the only Audi, as we just see him dive towards the inside of that GT4 Aston, and that's the downforce difference between a GT3 and a GT4. And Jadia is at the moment just trying to get closer and closer to the very, very pink Aston Martin up there of you got that name last time.
Oh, did I? It was Bense, I should say.
Yeah.
Sizzle Aki.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. We got that. And they just overtook.
We do genuinely apologize if we do butcher any of your names.
Oh,
I'm sincerely American.
Oh, this will be 12 hours of butchering names.
Yes.
That's where we are
indeed.
As Jadia is going on the outside, as one of the guys
behind him.
Yeah. Who? What? That's the gold Porsche is a lap down. It has been in the pits. Yeah.
That would explain why it was not on my relative.
Yeah, exactly. One guy that we also need to mention is the angry Scotsman. He is, I think, 55 might be, to make him look younger. Andrix UK. He is, if anybody, the driver of Mr. AOR. I've seen him on everything. Project Cast 1, Project Cast 2. If once you join AOR, you are probably gonna meet Andrix at one point. He's most famously known for Project Cast racing, and also he is our Iron Man. He did the 8 hours alone. And he complained that he was not allowed to do this race alone as well. He's a bit of a nut job sometimes. He is
certifiably a psychopath.
Yeah. He will try and do as much of this race as he can, and his teammate Shooter will just do a little bit of the race, so that Andrex can actually eat without having to drive with one hand this time. He won the AM class last time. Ooh, that Mercedes looks a bit twitchy out there. And his livery is actually made by yours truly. And you can all guess where he's from by just looking at the car. That blue and white colors. That's a Scotsman right there.
Nothing like an angry Scotsman to wake you up in the morning. And we've had a request in the chat to look at the number 137 car that's currently piloted by Lucas Rommel. That is a Porsche 911, I should say, GT3, purple, white, and black livery. Currently behind Alexis, getting past a Porsche GT4. So he's trying to chase down the Lexus ahead of him. I believe that is for position, the number 71 car ahead of him. Oh. Unfortunately, no information on the 137 in our form. So unfortunately, not too much to talk about with that car, but a very very elegant and simple livery on that GT3R, and currently running in the 13th position. So certainly nothing to be disappointed about with the performance of that car, having gotten through the initial carnage of the race.
Oh, definitely not. A car now that we're talking about, for as I'm seeing a position switch in a close battle. No, that was just a GT4 that they were all taking. But one car that we should also mention is car number 856. Oh, as there's a yellow flag. There is a yellow flag out there.
So all of the cars actually coming to a stop, so it must be a red flag even,
Ooh.
given by the stewards. We'll have to take a look at that.
Red flag.
Car
Red flag.
stopping on the front of the front stretch here. Red flag has come out as sent out by Heiko. Not sure the reason yet,
Okay.
but it has been announced in ACC Endurance chat in the Discord. The drivers have been told that they must go to their starting lineup on the start-finish straight in a single file line. That is a little interesting. But what this will do is it will actually pull together the entire field. We've had a little bit of the field spread out a little bit, but this will actually pull them together. So the yellow flag out about 25 minutes into 12 hours thus far. We'll see if we'll be able to pull Heiko in for an interview a little bit later, maybe get some questions answered thus far, as the car is just slowly rolling down the front stretch with the red flag. And they are relining up, it seems. Not sure if that has to do with some sort of connection issue. Currently leading the front of the pack is a GT4.
This is going to be interesting. At the moment, Cody is coming up to the back of those. So at the moment, everybody is a lap behind. So this is going to be interesting. I think Race Control will sort this out. We are, of course, sorry about the red flag situation. We're trying to get the information as soon as we can. And I get there's no stint time clock, by the way. So that's probably why.
I'm not sure that they would red flag for that, though, because of course these drivers can time it by themselves without any problem.
But the problem is that if anybody is going over 75 minutes, the stewards don't know, because we do have a stint limit of 75 minutes. You're not allowed to drive any more than that per stint. So as it's a part of the rules, I think it's a big thing, because it's one of the things that they're using to kind of balance some of these cars. I know that they were talking about in the at the 8 hours of California, that they tried to limit a bit of the drive time, because then the Porsche's amount of fuel would not give them so big of an advantage. They're still quite strong, because some of the GT3s have bigger fuel tanks than others. So that can be actually quite a thing. So a issue on the server resulting that server has to be restarted as well. That's what I'm getting in the.
Well, yes, that's been in the chat in YouTube, but also if you take a look at Discord chat, it says race order of the lap before will be used. So they will use the order in which the cars have been placed according to coming across the line last lap. That will be the order that they grid up when they restart the server.
Okay. Will they also take off the time, or will it be a complete race restart?
Not sure about that. We'll see if we can ask our steward, who will be helping us in the booth as well. We'll talk to him. Let's see if we can get an interview, shall we?
Yeah, let's try.
Yeah. While we wait for this, let's see if we can get somebody inside.
just for a quick talk about this, and this is what happens with live racing out there. We don't know what's gonna happen, and servers, stabilities, everything. So as they are still waiting on getting, we're still waiting on getting confirmation of what is going on here. Still on the red flag. Oh, you are typing in quite big letters right there.
Those are large letters, aren't they?
They are large letters.
Maybe we could see if we can get Jardier in here. How does that sound?
That would be interesting, but he's in the car at the moment, so I don't know.
Ah, dang it.
Yeah. Contact booth open for interview. Anyone interesting? We got it. Yes. Then they should go to ready for interview. Just type that in as well. As we are at the moment on 103 viewers, we still 2 new drivers or new viewers coming in. We still apologize. At the moment, we are having a red flag situation for a thing that there are some rumors out there, but we have no confirmation of what's wrong with the server at the moment. Some of the things that have been talked about is a stint issue, that they don't have a limit on the stint drive time. Another thing, but we have confirmation that the server will be restarted, and it will be drivers will be put in the order that they were on the last counting lap. And I can see that some of the drivers talking about in the chat. I think that at the moment the stewards are really busy trying to get this sorted in the best way possible. And Brayden, you have the ability to look at the in-game chat as well. Is there any news in there?
I'm actually just checking now. Only thing from Race Control, it says we have an issue with the server, which will require a restart. Positions have been saved, and they've asked that everyone stay in the server for now.
Okay.
They said when they restart, they'll redo a short formation lap. They said they're allowed to refuel and take tires, and they will provide a link to see real standings of the race as soon as possible. They're waiting for the restart. There'll be a few minutes of practice to let everyone rejoin, and then they will relaunch the session.
Okay.
Now we do have somebody waiting for interview.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can bring him in.
Yeah, that's
Welcome to the commentary booth.
Hello, how you doing, boys?
We're doing
We're
great.
doing well.
Can you please tell me? Yeah, go on, Brendan.
Well, we just wanted to ask, who the hell are you? No. Who are you? Why are you here? And tell us about yourself.
So, my name's Rage_F1, or in the game it's Sam Flack, and I'm racing for the number 88 car, the Brexit Boys.
Oh, yeah.
So tell us about your race so far and how you feel.
Okay, so I'll start from the very beginning, I guess. So qualifying, we had a really good session. And me, not so much, but the other 2 guys, Jamie Ellis and James Ensby, put in good times. I think we qualified about 30-ish in the GT3 series. Unfortunately, because one of our drivers wasn't able to take part, we got notched back to the very back of the GT3 field. So that was a bit of a bummer, but never mind, technicality. Starting the race though, bit of a nightmare, to be honest. We were caught up in the incidents at the back of the grid. We got turned into going into turn 1, and unfortunately our first driver Jamie got spun around and we have damage. But we're dealing with it. But this is a lifesaver for us. What's happening right now?
Oh, I definitely imagine, with the red flag. How did it, for you get across? Because we just saw suddenly car stopped. How did you get the message that red flag out there?
Literally just an in-game message in the chat from Race Control. Red flag, line up of the grid. But we did notice that there was some CPU issues with the server. It's on the bottom left, and we noticed there was some peaking. So we were a little bit concerned. There was some lag. So we did see something coming. So hopefully, I've been told that apparently the number of drivers in this server is untested.
Yeah.
So yeah, very very new kind of territory. So not surprised that some things are going wrong, but hopefully we can all continue the race.
Oh yeah,
Now here's
definitely.
something very interesting. I've just rejoined the server and it's raining.
Oh, okay. That's pretty crazy. Boys, I may have to go because I am still part of the team and I might have to rejoin the server. So I appreciate you jumping me in. I did submit the little bio about our team. If you want to have a little read through that, that's absolutely fine. But I don't want to put our team in any jeopardy, so I might have to jump off.
That's
Of
okay.
course,
Yeah.
and yes, be sure to go let your teams know we said good luck.
Thank you very much, boys. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Cheers.
See ya.
See ya.
So this is interesting.
I have lost connection to the server.
Looks like I have as well. Just waiting for the server to have a little bit of a moment. Of course, we apologize to everyone in the chat. Actually, we do want to send a friendly hello to our friend in Malaysia currently watching. Very far from home. Of course, you're probably closer to the circuit than we are in real life, aren't we? So now, actually, the race session is matching the ambient conditions where I'm at, where I'm broadcasting from here in the Atlantic Northeast of the U.S. Going to see if we can get back into the session, as I've just lost connection as well.
I've just gone out and
To answer questions in chat, we have already started the race, had a red flag for server issues as per request of the stewards. So we'll see if we're able to get everyone back into the race cleanly. Trying to reload into the game now. Now the weather variation that's been set up in the server has provided the opportunity for us to have some rain throughout the race, and even some rain at the very start. We had rain in practice, so it looks like the next session has actually come back in the dry.
It is in the dry, and I think that it will start in the dry. I think that the rain thing, as you are, really hoping for, I think that has just been a practice server session setting, just to in your bubble there. And I'm trying.
Well, you do enjoy bursting my bubble, don't you? There.
I do. It is one of my hobbies. I was collecting stamps at one point, but this is more fun. I need to do some different things, but as we're just waiting on everybody to join, and you will see a bit of lag on the server, as we at the moment on some different cars going out here. I'm just trying to see the moment in car number 41 we have one of the Polish names. I'm just gonna call him Krop, because that's his name on A1 Discord. He's one of the coordinators, so we'll just be on him for a bit. I wanna point out again that once we get a bit into the race, are gonna need a more some talking points that we are gonna discuss, because we have a lot of opinions about everything. And hopefully that you guys want to listen to our opinions, because we are here for 12 hours. And there's a link in the description. Well, they should, but there's a link in the description to where you can add talking points, so we will get it on our sheets. If there's anything that you think this could be interesting for us to talk about, we have we have one talking point, and I want to take it now, because with this
better not be feet. Better not be feet.
It's not gonna be feet. No, it's only serious things that we're gonna talk about. We have one here. Is racing with teammates one of the newest form of social interaction from a distance, and can this be future improved? And I will say,
the beauty of sim racing. It connects you across the world.
Exactly. You're just looking you and I. We have done some endurance racing in iRacing, And you are in the States, and I'm from the lovely country of Denmark. We are literally on the other side of the globe from each other, and I think this is a way where we can interact with other people's or other people on a regular basis, and talk with each other, and have fun. That doesn't really mean that we have to be close to each other due to this pandemic that we are unfortunately having at the moment, as
You
I
mean I
can
can't
see
infect
a
you to the internet? I've been trying to do that for weeks.
What have you tried to do for weeks?
I've been trying to infect you for weeks.
I know, but that's the beauty as well. That's the beauty as well. It can't. You can't get me infected over the well microphone and over the internet.
At least
That
annoy you.
Yeah, well, it's not really gonna happen. Um, and
As we see everybody grin up again, just to get back on the topic of racing a little bit, we are waiting for the countdown, but we'll continue this discussion. We are waiting for the countdown as everybody's re-gridded up in the positions that they were when we restarted the server. So please continue, Nick.
Yeah, and the question if can this be improved? And I think yeah, ACC should really, we're still having some issues. I know that there was just a patch yesterday to improve a bit of the stability with driver swapping and stuff like that. But this is definitely a game that really allow and provides this team racing format with endurance racing, as we are putting on here. Another game, I know it's maybe one of the more expensive games out there with iRacing, is I will still say maybe the best team driver racing sim out there, with some of the big endurance races like the 24 hours of Daytona and Le Mans 24 and stuff like that, and just being together with a bunch of mates that you maybe know or maybe have met online. It's a thing here. And racing with them in these type of races, it's completing a 12-hour race. That's a bitch to get over. You are physically exhausted after this, and you're so it's such a amazing thing to get through, and you can do that together with all the drivers. So I hope that more of these sims out there take more pride in these team events, because we need them to get these bigger teams and communities out there to do these type of racing, which I think is an amazing thing. I really like endurance racing. For me, it's the best thing. As I can see on the timer, we are down to 11 hours and 20 minutes. So we have lost about 10 minutes of racing in the
That's a red flag here.
Huh?
But yes, about 10 minutes of racing we've lost with a red flag.
Yeah, and that's kind of it. We still, I'm still not sure. Have we had any confirmation about what was wrong with the server?
Not sure. Still, we do still suspect that it had to do with stint timers, but we've actually seen in chat that potentially people are still having issues with stint timers, but I don't expect that they'll restart the server again.
I got a question in chat. Are the drivers living in the same house and physically swapping using the same sim? No, they're not. They're sitting on different places, and then they can swap. They have an ID. Everybody in Steam has an ID, which they have to present to the organizers. Then they will be put in, so a car gets 3 different Steam IDs, and then they can swap through that. So these 3 Steam IDs are the only guys who can join this car. So when you join a server, you're joining in that car, and then when they're in the pits, they can then ask to get, swapping drivers, and once you then go into the pits, you lose all control of the car, and the next guy has to press drive, and then he will be put in the car and just go. So the server is keeping all the information about the car, the wear, the tire wear, and fuel amount and where you are. As we are having drivers going, we are having cars rolling again after about 10 minutes, 15 minutes of red flag.
Give or take.
As we are having a lot of stop and go here. We are at the moment on Cody on the stream. Interesting to see if we can get a better start this time. What do you reckon?
Yes, hopefully we'll get a little bit more of a not muted, but maybe a bit of a safer start to the race.
Hopefully. Oh, is it gonna be single file, or are they gonna do it like this?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
As they're coming down, and you can just see this, roaring of 1,000 horsepowers just going down there. It's amazing how many cars and drivers and stuff like that we have, and we are green.
Yep, green flag back out for Cody Blanton. He will try to rebuild the lead he built prior to this red flag. So we see them go into turn one. He's closely followed by Darren King in the number 38 Mercedes. That's Mercedes, Lexus. So the Lexus has made up a few positions since the last time we talked about it. Stefan Zero currently piloting that Lexus in the third position. Then another Mercedes behind that, followed by an Aston. And rather surprisingly, I believe that is that's an Audi that we've seen. That is Jardier, currently piloting that machine in the number 39 Audi. I say surprising not because of the pace of the car, of the drivers, but rather the pace of the car. The Audi has been a little bit underperforming compared to how its regular pace relative to the other cars, given that it is not a front engine as most of the cars at the front of the field are. As we see him getting that is Yaroslav Hanzik currently piloting that vehicle.
That is Jadia.
Yes.
That is Jadia.
His full name, yes.
Yeah.
His full name to be exact. Now, much to my delight, the 111 car finally has its proper livery on.
Yeah, because who did make that one?
I made that one. Rather simple special edition livery for the upcoming third year of V3 racing, the third anniversary of the creation of the team, coming up for the 24 Hours of Daytona in a few months' time in iRacing. That car has actually made its way to the 15th position. Not
there's
sure if that's net gain or net loss.
As there's a huge battle in front of them between Aaron Calvolon and Hendrix behind them. The car number 956 is a bit different car. It's a that's a huge slide there. It's a
big slide from the Angry Scotsman.
Well, yeah, and the car in front. It's the car number 956. The Silver Girls is a all women team. And they're really performing out there. At the moment they're P2 in the silver category, so not sloppy at all, and ahead of a couple of the pro drivers. So they're really having some pace out there, which is good to see. Getting everybody, all ages and all both men and women driving. That's what we want to see. We want to compete, and we all want to compete equally, which we can in sim racing and in racing in general.
That is the great equalizer, isn't it? Everyone has equal opportunity. There's no difference in performance from the cars being built in the shop or coming from the factory, from the manufacturers. There's no, well, there is a little bit of setup that does create some variation. Of course, everybody has a different driving setup in terms of wheel, pedals, etc. But sim racing really is a great equalizer and has this amazing ability to assemble people across the globe. Where else could you see someone from the comfort of their home be able to cooperate and drive alongside and work with someone from the other side of the world?
Yeah, exactly.
In something, racing in general really is a rather uniting idea, isn't it? You might have a different favorite driver, you might have a different favorite form of racing, but everyone at their very core, at their very root, is a racing fan and just a fan of cars in general.
Oh yeah.
Now, looking at the front field, we have a little bit of a battle between the Mercedes-Benz of Niels van de Kolkelt, followed by Martin Schumacher. So the Lexus trying to reclaim its third position that it lost from the Mercedes at the beginning of this lap. So that's net -1 for Schumacher since the restart.
Oh yeah, definitely. And that, now we have Mercedes 1, 2, 3 up there, and it's still we still think it's the most powerful car out there, but as mentioned at the beginning of the original start, we don't think that they're able to drive on maximum engine mapping for the entirety of the race. So we might see a drop in performance once they get a bit into the race. Otherwise, they might destroy their cars. One thing that I have at least talked with Andrex is that the Mercedes should be notoriously bad on tire wear as well. So that's something that's going to be interesting to look out for as well. And what about the brakes? I'm interesting to see, because I think we're gonna see maybe 1 or 2 brake changes this race.
And that is something that ACC does have an advantage one topic that ACC does have an advantage in over more popular sims such as iRacing is that when you look at the damage model in terms of car performance, so brakes, engine wear, tire heat, brake heat, it is much more accurate, much more detailed than something like iRacing, which of course appeals to the hardcore sim racer. As we see Jardier actually putting some pressure on the Lexus ahead of him, so great performance from the Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo. That is a very brightly colored number 39 car, putting pressure on the Lexus ahead of it. Let's see if we have any team info actually on that team. No, it does not look like it.
Westjet, yes, having a look. He was denied into the head. It's a difficult corner that happened, because you have that right kink right before, and you need to get as much of you need to be on the outside to get the greatest entry into the corner. And these GT3s are just on the limit of what is what is possible to do there. It's not an easy corner to get into, as he's actually, it looks like he's getting let by here, or is the Lexus, yeah, the Lexus just let him by. That's maybe the power of Jadia. The Schumacher just were like, I'm not really in for the battle, I'm in for the I'm not in for the battle race at about 40 minutes into the race. I'm at the battle for when it's with 11 minutes to go, and that's the mindset that you need to have here.
We've had a lot of support in chat for the Malaysian team, number 49, currently piloted by Otto Bismarck. That is the Mercedes-Benz in the royal blue and bright green livery.
49. What position are we in?
That would be the 10th position currently overall. Number 49, Mercedes-AMG GT3. Information on them: a small community from the country of Malaysia. This is their first proper endurance race together, having raced with one another in their local ACC league. Their first driver, of course, in the car right now, Otto Bismarck, has only been in sim racing seriously for about a year, but has played some other sims a while back. Ivan Anastas, I believe would be how you pronounce that, says he's been in sim racing for about a year. Nigel Chua has been in several local racing leagues, including PC2, AC, and ACC. And Mohammed Afiq has been in sim racing ever since the lockdown began. So he's been a victim of the sim racing bug that has bitten many people across the globe with the pandemic. So we'll see how the very young, so to speak, in terms of experience, young driver will perform, as they're actually doing very well, are all the way up in the 10th position. So the Malaysian team, with a lot of support in chat, very happy to see the support of a team from rather across the globe. Many of these teams hailing from Europe, and a few from the US and North America. But very great, really great to see some people from some of our Asian brothers and sisters over on this end of the pond. Of course, technically we're on their soil, aren't we? Being at the Japanese circuit. But again, really awesome to see the variety, not only in car manufacturer, in people, but in countries as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. And as we alluded to at the beginning, you know, it's definitely something that is dragging, you know, and getting people together, as we are having a lot of, you know, small battles all over the place. We are still having the car of number 95, the Ferrari, the silver leader at the moment in P8 overall. So it's a really strong performance from the Italian car out there. I don't know where they're from, the team. Do we have any information on the under 95?
That is one of the very few Ferraris in this field, perhaps even the only one in the GT3 class, to my knowledge. I believe there actually is one more. That's the number 95 car, Side Max Motorworks.
I know that they have two cars. Sidemax Motorsports has two cars, as they also have the number 947 up there as well in the pro class, which is still battling Jadia. Jadia's getting closer and closer, wanting to get up into that podium position.
Well, it seems like the only information we have for them in the spreadsheet is for the other Sidemax car, so not too much information on the 95, but its sister car we can actually talk about for a little bit. That is the number 947. Let's see if we can find them.
As there's a battle between 247 and 999, as the 999 car is getting a bit too wide out there and trying to go on the outside into turn 1, which is a really difficult place to be. The 247 just decided to be on the inside down the main straight and defending that position, as he's allowed to, of course, you know, and no braking, no moving on the braking, and just a lot of respect between the drivers, giving each other room. That could have been a massive accident, as we are seeing the 95 getting close. But yeah, let's go back to the 947, as you're having some information.
Well, the 947 is currently in the 3rd position overall. I actually didn't even realize that. That is currently piloted by Niels van Kokelt. That is the primary Side Max Motorworks car. according to what they've told us, this is their original endurance team before Niels went off to side max. Michael went off to do his own thing and then got too busy with Sim Grid. They participated in multiple GZR events and managed to win the 6 hours of Silverstone. So Niels is a 24-year-old lad from Zandvoort in the Netherlands. Then they have Michael Tauscher, 15-year-old from Germany, so the young gun, who's a SRO AM championship driver. And Michael Halmet, who's the founder of the Sim Grid, formerly known as GZR, and hails from Bristol in the UK. So quite a variety in both age and location in that Mercedes AMG. Rather simple black, white, and red livery, but quite elegant on that Mercedes. Coming currently into turn 1, he had managed to get around the Lexus of Martin Schumacher, who's now fallen back to 5th after getting passed by Jardier, who's now rapidly catching up to that 3rd place car of Niels. So gonna have to keep a really close eye on what is currently our 4th position Audi. We'll see if the Audi is able to completely upset the field by being one of the few non-front engine cars to have really strong performance.
Oh yeah. And if we just have a look down into our GT4 field as well, Max Bischoff in the Aston Martin Sim Duran's #1 car is at the moment leading with quite a gap down to Matt Kennedy in the McLaren with a gap of almost 6 seconds. And then we have the AM or Silver, as they are here, Silver leader in the Ginetta, which is quite a unusual car actually out there. It's a older car in the GT4 field. Then we have Jack Fahar in the BVRE Sim Sport, as we have talked about before, P3 in the pro field, but number 7 over, or number 4 in the GT4 field. So the battle's still, going on out here, but it's not too many battles, as we just see actually Jack Fahar going past Benjamin Cahoot in the Ginetta, and that's probably a thing of the Ginetta driver just thinking, well, I'm not battling you, I'm leading my class, and I have to be battling those guys, not getting caught in silly battles here at the beginning is definitely, in my book, the way to do endurance racing. As we are having some small battles, and some of the GT3 cars are getting up there. Who do we have down there? Car number 54 is Andy, who is the Valet Simsport. They have not had a good race. The car number 12. They're in 53rd third position. They started, P2 on the opening lap and have had some issues and are now actually getting lapped by the GT3 field.
Well, currently in chat, why don't we bring in Heiko?
Okay, yeah.
We'd like to welcome into the AOR broadcast booth Heiko, our resident race steward. Yes, overlord. That is a good word, isn't it? So welcome to the booth.
Hello.
We wanted to actually have you in here to ask you a couple questions. First of all, about the red flag that we saw a little bit earlier, just a few minutes ago, around about 20 minutes ago, as a matter of fact. And also to ask you some general questions that we've had from YouTube chat and from the AOR community.
Sure, shoot.
So first of all, we wanted to ask, what specifically was the issue that led to the restart?
Long story short, the stint timer was not set up on the server.
Now, was that something in the setup of the server itself, or was that a glitch from ACC?
No, this was in the setup itself. We had some glitches before the start of the race, which we tried to fix by copying over a entry list and server settings from another server. But that server clearly didn't have the stint timer set up, and even though we double-checked everything, we overlooked that one. And yeah, we figured it out fairly quickly, so we could actually fix it before the first 75 minutes were over, because else it would have had a way bigger impact than it did now. So, and thankfully we recently created the red flag situation, and we knew what to do. And because if we didn't have that, our issues would have been way bigger.
So, as someone who's in control of a lot of stuff going on with, 63 entries in this race, how do you and your colleagues in the higher up levels of AOR manage everything that's going on when you have so many cars and so many drivers involved?
Well, we have some experience with a couple of events already. This is thankfully not our first one, and after every event we take a look at things and see what needs to be improved, what we can improve, and how to improve these things. And yeah, because of always doing that, we come up with new things to make it easier for ourselves. And as a result of that, also the whole process becomes easier and way better. Our structure becomes better. And so yeah, it is a lot of work, but compared to the first few events that we had, it is, well, I wouldn't say easier, because we challenge ourselves with new things always, but it is, yeah, the structure is better, so in a way we are way more effective than we were a couple of events ago.
Now, speaking of events that you've had, we've had the 8 Hours of California, we've had, of course, this race being one of the longest and biggest you've ever done at ACC. We've had a couple questions in chat and through a form that we put out for topics of discussion. We wanted to ask you, how do you have your eyes set to the future? What kind of events are you looking for? I know there's, of course, would be the possibility of doing something like the 24 Hours of Spa, among several other events that would be available to do with the content that is on ACC. So what do you guys at AOR have your eyes set on?
Well, surely we're always looking at the 24. Something might have gone wrong with the server.
That's interesting. We're currently looking at a battle between Jardier and Darren King. That is the battle for second position between the Mercedes and the Audi.
Then it might have been my game. Hopefully it's my game.
It seems to be. Everything seems to be pretty smooth on our end. But you're saying about the 24 Hours of Spa.
Yeah, we're always looking at hosting a 24 hours event, and we always also look at other leagues, what they are doing, other event organizers. We've seen one 24-hour event held so far with 27 cars, I believe. So I don't think you can push much past that limit right now. We would love to create a 24 hours event, but we don't want to do it for just 20 or 25 cars. We in AOR, we always want to be, open and public, so that everybody who wants to join can basically join. And in the current state of the game, it is only possible to host a 24 hours event with a limited amount of cars. So that's not really something, we want to do. And unfortunately, we are depending on Kunos in that, and what they release and what they decide to update. Sure, they want to do everything. They want to make it possible for us, but they have priorities and we have priorities, and let's hope they somewhere make it possible for us.
Now, beyond ACC, for you personally, what other sims do you have a hand in with AOR? Of course, AOR doing everything from F1 2020 to iRacing and to ACC. So what other sims do you have a hand in? How do you learn from those other sims for events that you run here in ACC?
Well, clearly every game is different, and the main game of AOR in general is F1. That's where it all started. I myself also come from the staff part of F1, but especially the way everything is organized, I think the staff of the different games can learn a thing or two from each other. And for example, not specifically about this event, but for the leagues in general, we have implemented a completely a system of signing up, which is completely done through a Google form. And this is something I, for example, personally tried out in F1. I took a look at how it went, what was possible, what were the upsides, downsides, and such. And then we decided to implement it for ACC as well. And so far, the signups are still going on, but it has been a pretty good improvement. So yeah, event-wise, I don't think there is much to learn from other games, because the games itself are so different. But from the organization, there are a few things that you can learn, and you can copy and maybe adjust to improve it.
And speaking of improvements, we have seen that with the stint timer, part of the stint timer, the logic behind the stint timer, I should say, was the variation in the size of the fuel tanks of a lot of these GT3s, and kind of doing something of a BOP. How do you learn from past events, and how do you apply it to future events when you do subtle things like that to try to level out the playing field so that everyone has the ability to use whatever car they have a passion for?
Well, there's, in my opinion, two approaches that you can do to even the field and the cars. You can do it by adjusting the BOP, so you give one car that is significantly faster than the others, you give them some ballast, so you basically make the car slower to make them more even to the other cars. And the other way you can do it, which is what we prefer to do, is to play around with the stint timer, because we like to set a certain stint timer that makes it, for example, impossible for the Porsche to run the entire event in their fastest engine mode. So, which is, for the Porsche, it's number 8. If they do that, they can run it, but they will have to do an extra pit stop throughout the event, because they cannot complete the entire 75-minute stint. They can, if my calculations were correct, they can last about 65 minutes or something. And if you then count that up and add it to each other and look at the end of the race, then they will have done one more pit stop than the rest. At the same time, though, you cannot put the stint timer. You cannot adjust it too much, because you also have a car like the Bentley, which has a pretty big fuel tank. So you don't want to give that too much of an advantage either. So we are kind of limited in what we can do with the stint timer. So maybe at one point we will have to look at the BOT, but that's for the future.
Well, we have some other questions from the community, if you'd mind staying with us to answer a few of those.
I've got a couple of hours.
Oh, brilliant. We'll have you in a few times then. So, somebody's brought up the topic of GT3 Season 5 through AOR, the newly added ACC PS4 League, and the differences between the PS4 and the PC version, or what are the differences between the PS4 and PC version, and what's your opinion on the current state of the game overall, and the upcoming British GT3 DLC?
That's quite a question. Well, the main differences between PS4 and the PC version are the fact that PS4 can only have a lobby of 20 drivers. So we for example in Season 4 we ran tiers with 40 up to 45, sometimes even 49 people on the grid. In PS4 that will not be possible. They can maximum have 20 drivers on one server. So 20 drivers in one tier. That's going to be a big difference. Also tier-based wise, like PS4, if they continue to grow, they are for the first season pretty big already. They have over 100 signups if I remember correctly. They will be looking at loads of tiers, and the advantage of having many tiers is that the pace gap between the fastest and the slowest driver will be smaller. So their tiers are going to be really competitive, which is something to really look forward to in PS4. And other than that, also about the current state of the game, I want to mention that the PS4 version of the game has an issue which currently prevents them from really driving in the night. That version of the game does not have very great lighting in the night, so they are currently unable to use it. So we also had to adjust or make the PS4 calendar different than the PC one. Not so much different circuits or whatsoever, but for Season 5 we over at PC have a night race planned on Silverstone, which obviously they will not be able to do, so they will do it during daylight.
Now, just before we finish talking about that, thank you for being with us. For those watching, this is Heiko with us in the AOR broadcast booth, our resident, as Nick said, overlord, and of course, race steward. We're currently taking a look at the battle between Jardier and Darren King. That's the battle between the Mercedes AMG GT3 and the Audi R8 GT3 Evo. Rather surprisingly, we did discuss at the beginning of the show how the front-engine cars have been quite dominant throughout this the last couple of weeks between Superpole and practice in terms of pace, but a bit of an upset of the field from this Audi, currently piloted by the rather popular streamer and YouTuber Jardier, currently in the number 39 Yas Heat car, or YAS. The number 38 car, that's the Fordzilla entry, the light blue and orange Mercedes. Interesting name for a Mercedes team to be called Fordzilla, but we won't judge.
And they are at the moment having a drive-through for a penalty, which I can't see, but you might be able to in the in-game chat for why they have been giving that particular penalty. But that's definitely gonna hamper their race. It should be that should be completed within a couple of laps, shouldn't it?
It is for an incident between the 38 and the 12, so I would assume that's an incident that's been investigated by the race stewards from the restart, I would assume.
No, that's from the original start where the 12 got put into the wall, so that's why they have gotten that.
Was that the other Audi?
No, that's the Aston Martin.
Okay. So that is a drive-through penalty. Some other penalties coming down from race control, which I'm sure Heiko would, of course, be appraised to. An incident between the 17 and 63. The number 63 has received a drive-through penalty. An incident between the 86 and 99. The 86 has received a penalty for causing a collision with a GT4. There's been inquiry between race stewards looking at an investigation between the 63 and 349. 15-second time penalty for car 912 for causing collision with the number 349. And those seem to be the only penalties at the moment. I'll try to keep a close eye on that, as now we see Darren King diving into the pits. Now, since we have Heiko in here, I'd like to ask you, sir, how do you guys manage all the inquiries that are coming in? I'm sure everyone knows that racers and sim racers especially can be incredibly whiny, so to speak. So how do you sift through all these stores inquiries and make such quick decisions to keep chaos from ensuing throughout the field?
Well, the most important thing that we do to avoid chaos is that we entirely ignore everything that is being said in the Discord channels. If you want to give your opinion on the matter, fine, but we won't consider it for our verdict. So they have to fill out a form, and once they filled out that form, we take a look at it, whether or not the submitted evidence is actually if it meets our requirements. When it does, it is sent forward to all the stewards, who then take a look at it. And based on the opinion of the...
Sorry to cut in, as we just had the car number 947 of Nils van der Kortet getting off track, and he has now gone from P3 down to P7 after the 38 drive-through. He was at P3, so a small spin, but no damage, and he should be back up there soon. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So the inquiries that do meet the requirements, they are sent towards the stewards, and they then give their opinion, and then it's applied to basically to the in-game chat. And yes, they are a lot, but our group of stewards is big enough to take care of every one of them. We have at the back end of the whole form, they are sent to a spreadsheet, and we have an automated spreadsheet which for the stewards makes it really easy to state their opinion. And it's just a matter of looking at the footage, coming up with your opinion, and then just hitting one button, and the script, because we use a script, the script does the rest of the work for us.
So certainly trying to keep everything organized. Let's see if we have any other questions we can pose to you. Again, we'd like to thank Heiko for joining us in the Apex Online Racing broadcast booth. And we'd like to remind you, if you have any talking points, any questions for Heiko, and any general questions, that there's a link in the description of the stream to propose any questions to us in a lovely little spreadsheet that's been provided by my colleague here, Nick.
I have a question. Because
go ahead.
We have talked about before, Heiko, and it's a question that some of the drivers have been, asking before and stuff like that. If there's any, look ahead for a possible endurance league, so making these big races a part of a season calendar. Per se, is that something that you guys are looking to do, or are you just gonna try and keep it as separate events like we have it at the moment?
Well, we are looking at it. We're constantly looking at things that we could do to make it more exciting. It's just that in the meantime, one of the other league organizers has created also such an endurance league, and the thing is that you want to be a little bit different. You don't want to do the very same thing as what others already offer to the drivers, because currently there are many leagues that people can sign up for. And it's not just like you create something, people will come and they drive, no, it's I wouldn't call it a battle, but the same drivers drive at different leagues, and they will go there where it's most interesting or most competitive. So we are currently looking at how we can really offer something that is different and more exciting than the other league organizers. And no disrespect to the other league organizers at all, because we respect every one of them. But yeah, surely we want to offer them something that is different from other organizers.
Oh yeah, definitely. And as I just get can see that my commentator has taken a tour to the bathroom. How do you see, with the implementation of GT4s and multiple classes in here? Was it Was it difficult, and is it do you think a success and something that we might see in the future in future events?
I do think that it was a great addition. In general, it is always more exciting when you have an endurance event with multi-class. It's like that in real life, and you know, it gives you, even though you're driving an entirely different car, it still gives you the possibility to, you know, fight for something. And yes, we do not currently have many GT4s on track. They are a smaller group than what we had wished for, but I think that has something to do with people apparently still preferring the GT3 because they might be faster, or they are clearly faster. But we did a poll, we ran a poll before we even announced this event to see, like, yeah, what can we expect sign up wise, GT3 and GT4 cars. And for every 3 GT3 cars, we expected to have 2 GT4 cars, because that's how the people voted. But then when we opened the sign-ups, all of a sudden we as you can see, we ended up now with, if I remember correctly, 54 GT3 cars or something. I don't know the exact numbers, but there were only 14 GT4 cars, and you know, that's way different than what people voted for in the poll, because we clearly asked, like, yeah, what would you like to drive, and that the result was so different. So I think in the meantime, people might have gotten a little bit, I don't know, they got a different opinion on the GT4s all of a sudden. Maybe they thought they were, you know, slower and a bit more boring, or they just don't want to drive it because, for example, in the competition races there's barely a GT4 car driving anymore. I don't know what caused it, but yeah, you know, as long as we can have, let's say, 14 GT4s, we will still include them. But yeah, if we only have 3 sign-ups for GT4, then obviously we will not continue to run it in multi-class. But, yeah, future will tell, probably.
Now, question. Yes, I'm back. I hope you missed me. A question that we've received through our forum, and I want to get your opinion on this, and I'll spin it a little bit of a different way than how it was worded originally. I wanted to ask you, first of all, what your opinion is on the current race starting system that ACC provides, and what, in your opinion, what improvements could be made to it. How you think, if you put yourself in the shoes of the ACC developers, what changes would you make?
As the game in general, or did you ask something about something specific?
With the game in general, but also with race sorting and with the online features.
Well, you know, since I am myself clearly not a developer, I don't have that many wishes. I wish for endurance improvements. You know, that we can run events longer and such things. But yeah, more smaller, detailed improvements I could not come up with, because I always tend to think in a way of, you know, you can wish for something, but you always gotta wonder if is it even possible. And I am sure that the people over at Kunos are even, you know, more motivated about creating new stuff and improving the game than we are over at AOR. They seem to really care about the game. They want to improve it, and I believe we should just you know, follow their lead and see what's coming. Because when I compare ACC and the updates to other games, then the ACC updates are you know, exciting to look forward to every single time. And then you read the changelog, and every time there is something very useful that has been improved. So I don't have that much to wish for personally, for the game, except for maybe some endurance improvements to make it easier for us. But other than that, not really.
Now, Nick and I, as graphic designers and lads of the livery sort, I wanted to ask you if there's any liveries that have stood out to you so far in this race. If there's anything that you rather enjoy aesthetically.
Well, I have to admit, I don't run the livery pack, and this has two reasons.
Insert gap here.
Sorry.
Insert a dramatic reaction here.
Yeah. I'm sorry, guys, but this is the way that it is. No, first of all, my PC is not top notch, so I'm a little bit scared that if I start running it, that I will at some point have my game crash and my CPU destroyed or whatsoever. Obviously, it's not going to get destroyed, but yeah, I don't want the game to crash. So if I use the pack and take even the slightest of risks, I rather not do it. So yeah, I like all the in-game liveries though, if you really want an answer. All of them.
Are you sure all of them? Because I know that you have been opposed to some type of liveries out there. But yes, as you allude to the livery packs at the moment, well, we don't really know the impact that they're having on the game per se, and we are having slightly increasing the amount of cars who have skins on, and the only way we can really test it is in a race with a lot of cars. At the moment it looks to be, I don't I have it on the stream and I don't really have any issues with it, but yeah, I can see if when you're driving out there, you definitely want the game to be just as stable as possible. A question is, you're driving this race, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Yes. What number is it that you're in? Just so we can find the car.
Number 999.
Number 999.
P7.
P7 at the moment. And what are your strategy for this race? And when are we gonna see you in that car as well?
Well, you're gonna see me in the car probably in about 2.5 hours or something. But yeah, for our strategy, like we don't really have some sort of strategy. I mean, we are all a little quite on pace with each other. I'm a little bit slower than the other two, but yeah, we just have a certain schedule that we follow. Who drives first, who's second, and then blah blah blah. But other than that, we just go and see, because we're driving the Mercedes, and clearly we will not be able to drive the same pace and be as fast as what we showed in the qualifying, because we're kind of forced to use the second ECU map. And yeah, there are some quick guys around us also still currently, and we would just be happy if we stay in front of them, if we stay out of trouble. That's basically our goal. The only goal we have is to complete the race without big issues and see how far we can get.
Well, that brings up another question for me as a race steward who's also racing in the race. How do you separate that? How do you separate your passion for your team, your passion for your teammates, and your desire, as all sim racers have, to win? How do you separate that and still have an objective view on the race and incidents as a race steward?
Well, first of all, anyone who is even remotely involved as a driver in an inquiry is not allowed to even talk about it. So if for example, we are currently now in P8, if something happens between, let's say, P5 and P6, I will not give my opinion on it, for example, because I am sort of indirectly involved in it. I benefit from them crashing, so So I just simply am not allowed to respond to it or state my opinion, so I can have no influence on it. That's the only way, in my opinion, that things can be done fairly.
Well, we will come back to you in just a moment, Heiko. Thank you for joining us in the AOR broadcast booth. For those watching, this is the 12 Hours of Suzuka presented by Apex Online Racing and a stream. Currently, my name is Brayden Hill, up here in the broadcast booth with my co-commentator, Nick Domino, and producer, of course. And we are currently joined for interview by race steward Heiko. Elgato Gaming powers our AOR streams, as well as Hype Energy Drinks and GT Omega Racing. So we'd like to put a big shout out to our sponsors who keep this stream going, and a big shout out to everyone watching. We have nearly 200 viewers currently on the stream. Very exciting to have that, as we see a lot of battling in our GT3 category, getting around some of the GT4s. Now, on the topic, some of the topics that have been presented to us, we have a request for the number 50 Porsche. So let's see if we can find that, Nick, and see if we can talk about a couple cars before we get back to you, Heiko. We thank you for your patience being up here with us.
No issue at all.
Number 50, where do we have them at the moment? This
well,
program.
Actually, Heiko does have to go for a little bit of strategy, but we'll welcome you back into the broadcast booth. So thank you for being with us, and we'll try to get you back in, Heiko.
Anytime. Talk to you soon.
Car
So now-
50. I can't see car number 50. Can you?
I am actually looking currently. Not sure. No, I don't see it anywhere. So not sure what that is. But why don't we see if we can talk about some of these cars. Let's see if we have any information on the leader. Why don't we? Cody Blanton in the Avid Chronic Racing Mercedes AMG. Let's see if we have any info on them.
While you're finding the information, I will also just explain a bit about what you see, especially with Cody at the moment. On all of the GT3s, they have like a short 3 name in the mirror or in the window, and that will also display the position that that particular car is on the overall standings. And as we can see with Cody, and which will probably be a help in the middle of the night, it's blinking, and that's to indicate that he's at the moment P1. One of the things that also is with these cars is that once the light is getting dimmer, they need to have lights on their cars, otherwise they will get a meatball flag and could get disqualified for not being in the proper state. And I can hear on my Discord that you have now found the information about our leader at the moment.
Yes, indeed. A long description of Avid Chronic Racing. ACR was founded in 2009 and operated first solely on the Xbox platform across the Forza Motorsport franchise and later F1. So a similar start actually to AOR, starting with the F1 games. Founder and co-owner Cody Blanton has been owner and part owner since the team's original founding. Co-owner Chris Cobb is from North Carolina and joined the team in 2011 and has been the majority owner of the team since 2015. As the team grew, they came into the PC platform, started focusing on R Factor and R Factor 2, and after several years of build-up, they achieved, what they called the Holy Trinity of titles in the R Factor 2 on R Factor 2 in 2018 and 2019, having won the Formula Sim Racing World Championship, or FSR, the GPVWC Super League Championship, as well as the Virtual Endurance Championship, VEC, in their Division 1 Season 11. So they say that thanks to a dedicated team environment and a lot of people who have contributed to it, that success could only be attributed to so large a group of people that they couldn't just put it into one form. Now discussing their drivers in the race today, currently piloting the car, Cody Blanton, a 28-year-old American who lives in Atlanta, Georgia, and a graduate in engineering technology and who works full-time as an AutoCAD drafter, so another engineer, and his co-driver in this race, Dewald Mel, a 34-year-old South African who hails from Centurion, South Africa, happily married IT software developer by day and a sim racer by night. Much like a superhero, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
And each of them with a rather illustrious sim racing career. Cody is a two-time AOR America PC F1 League champion and a five-time AOR Euro F1 Xbox race winner. The P1 Gaming 2017 Nürburgring 24-hour race winner on R Factor 2 and has been sim racing since 2010. Dewald, on the other hand, is a former Formula Sim Racing FSR driver on R Factor 2 and now primarily races on ACC. He was the FSR 2016 Pro Division race winner and was 5th place in the AOR ACC 1,000 kilometers of Silverstone a little bit earlier this year, I believe that was. So that is everything you need to know on our current leader, who is actually pulling away from Jardier, who's had a rather something of a hero stint, coming from rather far back at the pack all the way up to the second position, but unable to get within 11 seconds of the race.
We just saw P1 having an issues with the 88 car. It looked like they were a bit too close to each other. We might have had a bit of netcode issue there. And the 88 getting speared straight into the wall, and Cody might actually look at getting a penalty for that. We will await the stewards thing for that.
But with Jamie Ellis, the Brexit voice, so that's a team we've talked about a little bit now, with significant front-end damage being passed by an Aston Martin. Currently in the 29th position, we'll have to see if the stewards if that team will even put in a stewards inquiry, given that it was just a bit of netcode or internet lag that caused that. So we'll see if there is a stewards inquiry. We'll have to see how that goes. We'll try to get some more of your questions. I'm actually just seeing now a 15-second penalty given to the 912 car, a few positions just ahead. That is Stephen Kleinput in the ACC Vlaanderen 912. That is an Aston Martin with a rather fetching black and gold livery.
Oh, definitely. And we also have some information about them, as far as I remember.
Let's see. Yes, I have it right here. The team has started only just a couple weeks ago, was the brother community of a GTSV, or GT Sport Vlaanderen team, and it's a community from and for Belgian and Dutch players. That lineup includes Cliff Bolke, Manu Hodemakers, Yannick Williams, and of course their current driver, which is Stephen Kleinput. Each of them actually have only started within the last month, it looks like, all three of them, unless it's a glitch in the actual response. But it looks like, according to the sheet that we're taking a look at here, that they've all but one of them joined ACC a month ago. So pretty solid performance from them, despite having that 15-second penalty applied to their car. Not too bad, 26th position.
Oh, definitely not. And they, for them, this will be a race to learn. And it will be just a fee to complete the race. We are, as mentioned before, this is a 12-hour race, and there's 10 hours and 22 minutes to go. We will go into the night, into the dark at one point. So that's also where we're really gonna see the difference between, well, how well do you know the track and how well can you race around here. We have seen some of the pit stops as well, which have people are getting, you know, up and down through the leaderboard. I can see that I at the moment have
A battle for P9 on track.
Ooh,
Mike
we have
Scapers being overtaken by the number 66 Audi. That is Tinko van der Velde, who has taken that position. The number 66 Audi has taken what is the 9th position overall, and 2nd position, or actually no, that is the lead in the GT3 Silver class. Rather interesting. They, whoever was the original leader, I'm not sure who that was. That was 95 was the original leader, wasn't it?
yeah.
The Ferrari that was originally leading that class, but has fallen all the way back into the 13th position. Mike Steppers, who we saw talked about a little bit earlier, restarted, I should say, after the red flag around 15th position, and made his way all the way up to 9th so far on pace. He's just been overtaken by the 66, so the Audi showing a little bit more pace and a little bit more agility than the McLaren. That is one of the very few McLarens, and of course the first of the McLarens currently on track. The only McLaren in the top 23, as we can see on the tower to the left-hand side of your screen. Also a Nissan a little bit further down. So some of the, to give a little bit of mention to some of the lesser used manufacturers in this race. In 5th position, one of the only Porsches, one of 3 in the top 23 that you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. The Lexus, 2 of them, one in 3rd and one in 9th. Excuse me, 3 actually, one in 19th as well. A Lamborghini all the way back in the 22nd position, and a Bentley in 23rd.
Ooh, as we are having a lot of people pitting. Ooh, that does not look good. The car number 947, look, that Mercedes have seen better days.
So looks like an incident of some sort with that team. That is still Niels van der Kokelt, currently in that car, the Side Max Motorworks car that we talked about a little bit earlier. That looks clearly like some very hard contact. He's falling all the way back. I'm not sure if that was any sort of reset or if they've driven that car into the pits. Not sure if you saw any more of that than I did.
I did not. I just saw them in the pits here, as I saw a lot of the cars coming in, and that Mercedes have had an argument with somebody or something, and if it has had an argument with the wall, 99.9% of the time the wall will win. So that's not good, and that was one of our lead runners, P4. Last time we saw them racing out there.
Let's see if we can get an interview with one of their cars.
I will.
With one of their drivers.
I will just go over the at the moment the GT4 field at the moment, just as we have. Just to find the number 1 car down here. He's over here with Max Bischoff in the Aston Martin with a 20-second lead over P2 of Kennedy, and then we still have our silver lead car of the Ginetta in P3 in the GT4 class, number 65. He's about a second behind Mr. Kennedy. And then we have Farrar in the number 83 in P3 in the Pro class. We have Young in the Aston Martin of number 70, Thomas Young. We have a lot of Astons out there going in P2 in the silver class. And then we have Umbel, I think it is, and then car number 445 P3 in the silver class as well. It looks like there's a lot of gaps between the GT4s. I think they might have it might be a bit difficult fighting, as we actually see the battle for P2 overall in the GT4 class here. It's repaired. I get messages that the Mercedes we saw before has been repaired and is moving now. That's good.
It's exiting the pit now, but I believe one or
in the middle
two-
of traffic as we just saw him coming out there, and the Mercedes got the McLaren P2 Matt Kennedy has just gone off the track. He spun with all that and is now trying to get back. Close.
It'll be interesting to see if there was any contact that caused that.
Matt looked to have a bit of lag coming on there. There might have been lag issues. We don't know. As well, I want you to. Has there been any stewards updates on the?
I'm actually just looking at that
chat?
now.
Just to be sure.
There might have been an incident between the 947 incident may have been caused by car number 555. Race Control announcing that that incident is under investigation, as well as an incident between the 947 and the number 7. So not sure if perhaps the 947 made contact with other people when it went off, or perhaps if well the question is, did he jump or was he pushed when that contact was made for the Sidemax Simworks car. Additionally, there's been another penalty for the number 63 for causing a collision as 15-second time penalty for contact with the number 349 as well. So several incidents under investigation. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Taking a look just now, as we see a battle between several Astons, both in GT3 and GT4, and the Nissan GTR actually gaining some positions. That car, from what I've heard around the paddock before this race, not a very strong car, but clearly they're outperforming the expectations of the rest of the fields. Let's see if we can find another battle. Again, we remind everyone in the YouTube chat who's watching to please give us any comments that you'd like to discuss, anything that any points arising, anything that you're seeing on track that you're interested in, or cars perhaps that you'd like us to talk about. And we will try to accommodate. Of course, we have 12 hours of racing now, just 10 hours and 15 minutes left remaining on the clock. So
we still are having some argy-bargy between GT cars, GT4, GT3, lap GT3s. This is, it's not an easy race to be driving, as I'm just having a look at our angry Scotsman, who is all the way down to P29. He must have had some issues doing as the battle we just looked at before. Let me see if we can find it. I can't find it now, with the Aston Martin getting punched around as well. We're not sure. We get a limited amount of information through broadcast programs and stuff like that. We have talked about what we wanted to see in the future. I want to see a broadcast program being improved together with the replays. We do apologize about highlights and replays. It doesn't really completely work, or we haven't too much experience with this program. But last time I tried replays, it lagged a bit.
Yes. Now, we've had a request in the chat to take a look at the number 521 car in P23. Currently, that's the Aston Martin of Patrick Nemowski. Currently trying to pass a GT4 car, so that's Aston GT3 passing GT4. A rather easy pass to make there. The top speed of the GT3 far superior to that of the GT4. That is a rather simple liveried Aston Martin, calling back to the older Vantage, the rather popular V12 livery, and the car, of course.
As they're actually coming
and
into
he's
the pits.
diving into the pits. You could see some damage to the left-hand side of that car. Not sure if this is a scheduled pit stop or not.
Well, it might be. We're getting close to the 75-minute limit, as they, we had that restart, and from what I can see in the chat, the limit restarted there as well, because they couldn't, you know, put it in how far people have or had driven before that. As we also
we've had some of the leaders pit. Jardier has pit. He is currently in the pit lane, as a matter of fact, currently exiting the pit lane. So that's his first stop. Darren King, who we saw get a penalty from the initial start of the race, is also in the pit lane. So Jardier currently in pit out, as that will shake up the order a little bit. That puts Mike Skeppers, who we were talking about a little bit earlier, that puts him all the way up into the 6th position. I believe the Audi that he was racing, that was the 66 that he was racing with. The 66 has actually fallen down quite a bit, all the way down to the 18th position. Not sure if that's because of a...
I think that's a pit stop. I think that's a
pit stop. Yes, I believe so. The Nissan GTR all the way up to the 8th position, so that is rather significant. He's currently being chased down by Jardier, who clearly has the superior car. Who was in the 2nd position, as we see them throw the cars over the curb and then brake even harder all the way down to 2nd gear. And now Jardier flashes the lights, and he will go to the inside, or look to the inside, I should say, of the GTR. He'll send it down the inside of the hairpin. Going to be hopefully a clean pass. Yes, he will get clear by the exit, and he will just slide in front of the Nissan GTR, and a flash of the lights from the GTR, and maybe not too appreciative of the way that pass was made from Cody Price, still flashing the lights, showing a little bit of displeasure perhaps from Jardier in the Audi.
Yeah, and I don't know if they have the rules in here. We have had to implement them in iRacing, where you're not allowed to flash if it's not, you know, to overtake for a lapped car, just because it can be really irritating, and you know it's frustrating, and you can cause accidents. Ooh, as the KMG just go on the outside of the Audi there, as we see a lot of cars getting headlights on, as the Nissan that we were talking about before just pits, and he is funny enough, the rain lights is actually on that car as well. Cody Brayden might have to pit soon, as we are seeing, you know, as we are at the moment in game at about, you know, 3 o'clock. So it's, the sun is not gonna go down per se, but you know we have a bit more of a cloud cover, and we might see, you know, a bit more headlights going on there from some of the drivers, as we see Cody is getting into the pits and he's keeping on going. Ooh, as we have a 30-second stop and go for car number 514. Can you tell us what that is for, Mr. Brendan?
I'm actually taking a look.
Can
you have to take a look? Yes, I'm gonna have to look. It says there was an inquiry between the 83 and the 115. What car number are we looking for again?
514.
514. Not sure what that was for. It doesn't look like there's anything currently in the stores panel. Not sure if that's been discussed only over the chat in Discord, but currently there is only investigations active. No current decisions having been made. Okay. So not sure what's caused that. Though there's a stop and go 30 seconds for the 5th place car, number 514.
That's what we were just
talking about. I do apologize. Yep. So didn't quite figure out that he was that far up, so I only just noticed that penalty was there. There's also been a 15-second penalty for the 63 car that has not yet been served. I'm gonna have to. Why don't we see if we can pull Heiko back in?
Yeah. Let's try that. And while you're doing that, I'll just, you know, this is a huge penalty. If you know, stop and go for 30 seconds. That's something that can really, you know, mess up your whole race. And with having Alexis so far up, you know, they have really been punching maybe above their weight, you know, and this is something that can take them hours upon hours upon hours to get back from. And as we see them just pitting now, I think that might be the 30-second stop and go. as number 999, the actually Heiko's own car has gotten a drive-through penalty as well. That might be for what we saw with the number 88 car that they were. I think there was those who overtake. I can't remember. They hit. I think they hit somebody and they have now gotten a drive-through penalty. And the stewards are, as we see Cody getting into the pits, and the stewards are brutal. Once you know, if you do anything where the stewards have, all right, we have looked at it and you deserve a penalty, you can argue, all the way to the moon. They don't budge. They don't care. If you have done anything where the stewards have had the opportunity to look at it and deem that you are at fault, you are at fault. There's nothing you can do, as we see the very, very pink Aston Martin going into the pits at the moment. Brendan, have you had contact with our overlord up there?
I haven't been able to get Heiko. However, we do have Nuri from the number 81 car. If we could we'll pull him up. If we could take a look at his car, number 81. I'll try to find what position he's in before we pull him up.
81, did you say?
Correct.
I can't see that. Oh, yeah, car number 10. Car number 10. I am on him at the moment.
Car number 10. What position is that?
No, sorry. Car number 81 is in P10.
Ah, that's it. Alright, so let's pull him.
Yep.
We'd now like to welcome to the box Nuri from the number 81 car. Nuri, we understand you just got out of your car from your first stint in the Aston Martin. How's that car driving and how was your start?
Can you hear me loud and clear first place?
Yes, we do have you loud and clear.
So, at the beginning, during the compression progress, we had troubles with front tires actually. We had lots of graining problems and we tried to minimize understeer in order to overcome that, but we must think about the rain as well. So we tried to go with a high downforce car for the rain, and that cost us on graining problem. But right now, from beginning, the first two starts was okay for us, but the GT4 lappings is a bit complicated than I actually thought to. I assumed actually that will be much more easier, but yeah, it's the most difficult part of the race at the moment, the overtaking the lap cars, etc. But yeah, the driving was okay, everything was great, but it was very exciting, and yeah, that was all from my side at the moment.
So, as Nick and I are livery designers, tell us about the livery that you have on the car.
Actually, we have a driver change before the race like 1 week ago, and the driver that left had another livery on it. But since he left, we decided to change it as well, and I don't know why we choose that design, but it looks okay, and we thought that we will be catch on to the YouTube stream with that look actually, but I don't know if you noticed that livery, it's okay for us at the moment.
Oh, it's definitely noticeable out there.
Yeah.
It's very, very bright, and I can see that you have used one of the in-game liveries for it. So
Yep.
But that's how it is. I have a question about now with the drive times, and we get on to you guys have issues with tires.
Yep.
What about the boost? Are you able to go max on power, or do you have to be a little lower due to not having damage on the car?
Actually, my FPS wasn't that great, so I need to be cautious during my sit-in. I didn't maximize my speed on it, because tires was always a danger at the moment, because we had to make a compromise on regarding that about the setups by thinking rain. But yeah, I need to be I drove calm, and I didn't want to overpush anything. But right now, my teammate Ismail is not doing that. He's pushing all the way around, but I don't know. But he was the only one that wasn't having any trouble with the tires, actually. He just drove it so fluently. I believe we will be doing much better compared to my stint, and I have a wedding to attend actually in 2 hours. So
Okay,
yeah, that's it from my.
Just one more thing before Brendan has another question. You know, I noticed that in the 8 hours of California that guys had to change brakes. Do you think that will be an issue here, and do you think that we can even see more than one brake change?
I really don't think so, because Laguna Seca don't have that long straights that Suzuka has. You know, before 130R there is a bit straight, and starting straight is doing more than enough to cool down the brakes. In Laguna Seca we maximize the brake ducts actually in order to overcome any temperature issues. But right now I didn't have any issues with the brakes at the moment. I don't think we will be having trouble, because you know, if the rain comes, it will be good to have smaller ducts in order to have the ideal temperature on the brakes. And what else? Yep. But with the evening, I believe the cooler the air, it will. I really don't think we'll have a problem with brakes at all. But I'm not that experienced actually, so we will see in next 9 or 10 hours.
Mr. Brendan.
Well, I actually don't have any further questions, but we do have some topics to discuss. So it's been a pleasure having you with us, Nuri. Thank you for joining us here in the broadcast booth, and we wish you and your team best of luck in the rest of the race.
Thank you very much. Have a nice broadcast.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So a few topics yet to discuss, a few penalties being handed out. 5-second penalty for the number 49 AMG, number 38 as well with a 15-second time penalty. So that is yet another penalty for what team is that? I apologize, I don't have that up. The number 38, we've discussed them earlier.
38, it's Mr. King, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. So
What position
that car has P4 currently, though with a 15-second time penalty left to serve. The 95, who was the leader in the silver GT3 class, has also received a penalty. Additionally, so to read from the stewards panel, the 95 has received a penalty for contact with the number 66, so that was the leader in the silver class, and actually still is, I believe, as Adam Flynn has taken over the number 111 V3 Racing McLaren. So that car has now gone into second place in class. As well, there was incident between car 202 and 240, no further action. The 49 and 95, the 49 got a 5-second time penalty for pushing the 95 off track. 5-second time penalty for the 912 for causing a collision with the number 88. No further action called between the 89 and 202, and no further action also declared between the 41 and 59. So a few incidents that have gone to no further actions.
Yes, and as
also,
yeah, go on.
Well, I was going to bring up the threat of rain. Looks like an overcast has set in over the track. You can see the lighting very getting significantly darker since before that interview. So an overcast setting in, threat of rain, about 30% chance is the forecast, I believe, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
The driver's going to have to start turning on the headlights and getting those windshield wipers ready. If that rain comes in, it's going to completely change the complexion of this race. As we have a pass for position. Adam Flynn has just gone around the number 66. That is for the lead in silver class, as well as 7th position overall. So that pass has been made now. See if I can grab that. So as they go into the... Oh, and the Janetta's off track. The Janetta's off track, and a pass made. This battle continues to rage on between the 111 and the 66. 66 around the outside, still going. around the outside. He's actually made the pass around the outside of this flat out section, so Adam Flynn not able to hold position over. That is Mark Vandenberg, who has, or Van Denberg, I should say, in the number 66, that gold, white, and blue Audi. So the silver class position remains in the hands of the number 66 Audi, though that battle far from over. Now, back on the topic of rain could completely change the complexion of this race, given that, well, rather simply, the front engine cars could become even more dominant, being that they're quite stable in the rain. You have some thoughts on that, Nick?
Yeah, definitely that they are a bit more stable, especially the Mercedes, in my experience, have been really strong in the rain. Another thing that this could really, put in a curveball is that one thing that ACC is doing very well is that, as we just have a couple of cars arguing over position in turn 1, as we have the Adam, the 11 car here getting close, or actually getting passed by 81.
For overall position, not for class.
Overall, not
but
class.
That does put another car between himself and the class leader.
That's true, but yeah, to get back is that even though that the rain starts and drivers are getting, rain on the windscreen and the wipers are gonna go and crazy, the track is not getting wet at the beginning. It can take a couple of laps, so it's crucial to get that correct point in when as Flynn is getting overtaken again. And this is a couple of pro class cars that are getting past him, so it might be just try and get the nose clean. But getting that call correct can really be the difference between a couple of positions. Because you don't want to be out there too long on your slicks, because then you don't have any grip and you lose time. But you don't want to be out there on wet weather tires when the track is still dry. And from what I at least have seen, there's only 2% chance of, if we get rain, that rain is gonna be heavy. So it's gonna be light rain. If it's gonna rain, it's gonna be light rain. So that's interesting to see, because it's hot slick tires. If you have tires that are really into temperature and hot slick tires, then you can be having as much grip as you have on dry for quite a while. So that's also a thing. So it's a big curveball if we're gonna get the weather in. But again, now it has been overcast for a couple of minutes and we don't know if it's gonna rain, and that's one of the more interesting things about this race. Weather as well.
For sure, and as you know, Nick, I've been hoping for the rain to come because it will throw in Adam Flynn continuing to lose positions in that V3 Racing McLaren, not quite on the pace of his teammate, but still keeping that car.
Just had a incident. Sorry, we just had an incident. The 900 and where are they? The 947 Mercedes, who we saw had that big damage on the front of their car. Tried to go onto the inside in the two right-hand corners before the bridge, inside of GT3 and GT4 cars, and hit the curb, had the car into spin, hit some cars and spun out, and he is now back on track. But it looks like Nils is really being aggressive out there to try and get up for lost times, and these GT4s are kind of having to jump out of the way for dear life at the moment.
Well, we have seen several complaints from GT4s in the Discord chat. Of course, that not official, only official stored inquiries are official and can result in a penalty. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen a couple of penalties. The number 38 still has not yet served his 15-second penalty.
These
and just 49 with a 5-second penalty.
Yeah, sorry. These time penalties will be added at the end of the race. unfortunately.
Right. Okay, so that will throw a little bit of a curveball in on the official end of the race, which we still have close to 10 hours now into, well, we're now 10 minutes just about into
Yeah.
our third hour of racing as we see the 947 catching up, well, quite significant pace in the 947, but still very far down the order. Not sure what position he's even in. Actually, no, yes, 29th position, which honestly is rather impressive to only be in 29th position given how long he was on the pit lane. I believe he is over a lap down, if I understand. A little bit of contact with the Porsche on the outside. Very aggressive driving from the 947. He's going to have to be careful with that and try not to get.
Oh, he's making it inside there as well.
Well, Adam Flynn was very sensible to just let him by there. Clearly, the 947 seems to be on a mission from God, so to speak, and has absolutely flown past Adam Flynn, just letting him go by.
Oh yeah, definitely. Just on a completely different topic, we do have one of these, talking points out there. There has been a question about, because now we are on at the moment, Suzuka, one of the old tracks and older tracks in particular. What we do think, I know it's not on this race particular, but what we do think about the new Formula One tracks that they have confirmed, that a track like Imola and Nürburgring and stuff like, those type of tracks have returned to the calendar. Do you have any thoughts about this?
Well, to be completely transparent, my F1 knowledge is somewhat limited. I've only just started learning about it and actively trying to follow the series. But from what I understand, the research that I've done, I mean, it's incredible to see a lot of series, given the situations with the pandemic, going to some of the older circuits, including some of the Endurance GT series, even going to some older circuits and the return of some historic races. But as it pertains to F1, I always think it's great to go to older circuits. I think Imola is a spectacular racetrack, especially having a good bit of experience with it on iRacing specifically. And, well, to be completely transparent, I think old racetracks are far better for racing than a lot of the new ones. A lot of the new ones are just basically flat tracks, almost no character to them. You look at a place like, for example, well, yes, precisely. That is a good example. It's completely flat, no character. I think, and I may be biased as an American, I think the best racetracks in the world are racetracks whose configuration is determined rather by not by human hands, but the landscape of the terrain. You look at the Suzuka circuit, tons of elevation change, cambered corners, some corners off camber, where I think that creates a track with character that encourages passing and much more.
Sorry, Jadi, I was just almost getting off track there. That was a late dive. Yeah, go ahead, continue.
No, that's all good. And well, as I was saying, just basically, if you look at this circuit like Suzuka, that elevation change that allows it to cross back over itself and the bridge, I think tracks like this are always far more interesting to watch, especially in F1 where it's already hard to pass to begin with. But when you have tracks that are completely flat and have tons and tons and tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of runoff, which Imola really doesn't have too much of, I think the racing gets rather bland and stale, perhaps. So I think it's always a good thing to go back to those older tracks.
To quote the great Dane Tom Christensen, when you're going off track, there should be a consequence. I remember that he was talking a lot about this, and as we see here, the car 956, the ladies' car, who's at the moment in P32, battling with Andrex, as they have been actually the whole race. They have fallen from grace together as well. They were further up and now getting back. I also like, tracks where there's a bit more, consequence of going off. And when you hear a lot of the drivers, when they're talking about their favorite tracks, it is tracks like, Suzuka and Spa as well. Although Spa has been made, a bit more open over the years to accommodate safety, it still hasn't taken anything away from that track. Now I've been following Formula One for a bit more than you have, I reckon. But a track that I'm really looking forward to is that they have taken Istanbul back on the calendar. That they have the legendary Turn 8. If you look at, or if you can remember, the track, the Austin track, the American one. You have that long right-hander with a couple of apexes. Istanbul was the first track that had that, and Istanbul is one. It's still a Hermann Tilke autodrome with a lot of off-track areas. But it's a track that is, it goes up and down. It has a lot of interesting points, and that Turn 8 is gonna be, especially with these, the fastest Formula One cars that there have ever been, going around that Turn 8 is gonna be, that's gonna be amazing. I think Imola, it could, it can be a. It's fun to see these old tracks back, but I think Imola will probably be a bit of a train race, with not much going on. But strategy will come in place, and I just, with the 70-year anniversary and getting back to the roots, with Ayrton Senna's horrific crash there. It's a track that has so much history and impact, not only in Formula One but in motorsports in general. That crash was like, all right, we need more safety here. And we got a question about the number 956 car. We have some information about them. Can you get that for us, as well as we just seen them getting around the track at the moment, lost that position to Hendrix?
Yes, so that is the Silver Girls team. It was born from half a joke, just saying, well, what if we went and entered a women-only car? Of course, currently piloting the car is Honor Cavillon. Sim career started around 2009, just starting with PS3 and G25, racing in Dirt 2, so quite a long, illustrious history from that driver. Ava, I should say, DeAndre is the second driver in that lineup. Mia Rose is the third as well, so that is an all-female team. Mia started sim racing on Forza Motorsport 6 back in 2015, and then went to iRacing in 2017, racing in many official and Australian leagues. And recently made the transition over to ACC. So another of the iRacing community that you and myself are part of.
Oh yeah, definitely. And this is also a custom delivery, and from quite a it's a fairly known designer in the especially Assetto Corsa community. So it's also one of my favorites. I really like that delivery on that Mercedes. It's different, as we have an Aston Martin going off in the front. And one thing to point as well, with this car, I think they have had some issues, and maybe not all of them are equally as fast, but they were actually fighting for P3 in the silver class at one point. So I think they have had some issues with lap traffic and maybe an incident, but we're just glad to see them. Ooh, as Ava's getting a bit wide there and losing a couple of position there. But yeah, they're just going out there and battling with everybody else. And as we had talked about before, you know, it's iRacing and or no, sim racing in particular is just, you know, a gap closer between everything. You know, everybody compete with anybody, and we are actually getting a bit heated between the overall lead.
Yes, so Jardy's pace has actually picked up quite a bit, a gap of about a second and a half between the two currently. Cody Blanton and the Avid Chronic Racing, we discussed that team earlier and their lineup. Cody started the race and still has been in since the second, for the second stint, I should say. The gap growing a little bit through 130R between the AMG and the Audi. That is a front-engined Mercedes and a mid-engine Audi. So
Yeah,
the 939 currently, as well as an Aston, a good bit back from that.
Oh yeah, the 247. Oh, as we just saw, a huge accident. The BMW number 17 just decided to push off the Ginetta. You know, you're not gonna move that BMW. It is quite a tank. It's, you know, it's big, it's humongous out there. And I think that he wanted to just move over a bit for the Aston in P3 and didn't see the Ginetta, and the Ginetta was just completely put into outer space there. But it looked like they didn't hit anything and went back on track. But yeah, it's definitely a. It looks like this is a two horse race with between Jadia and Cody and the car number 9 and 39 here. But Jadia is proving, you know, that if you just have if you get a car and you're comfortable with that car, and you then, you know, get a setup and you have the talent and again comfortable with the car, you can be faster than what is in theory the fastest car out there, as he's, you know, getting closer and closer to that P1 at the moment.
So Jardier continuing to try to close the gap between himself and Cody Blanton. Blanton seems to have picked up the pace a good bit and has stretched that lead out by about 0.7 of a second since we first started following this battle as they go through 130R. Alexis currently between them, that not for position. That car is laps down. Now it looks like we're about 10 minutes away from potentially having some rainfall and 30 minutes away from any sort of significant rainfall. The question is, will the heat currently in the track and in the tires of these cars keep the rain from really pooling up? Shouldn't be much of any concern or much of any need for full wet weather tires unless that water starts pooling up, which we shouldn't expect to see for at least another 30 minutes or so if it does happen.
Well, that's the thing, you know, with these cars. They only have dry and wet. There's no intermediate. So that's gonna be interesting. But yeah, as you talked about, you know, it's still a 36 track temperature out there, so it's still a bit hot. And it's only really, you know, fallen 1 degree with the overcast. I thought it would have fallen a bit more, but the track keeping the heat at the moment. And with all these cars going, you know, around the track, that's also gonna keep up the heat at the moment.
For sure. Though the overcast has only set in for maybe 20, almost 30 minutes, so the track's still needing some time to really cool down and get down to what would be a threat of rain, perhaps, so that could start cooling down the tires and really affecting the performance of the cars. Jardier seems to be rather faster than the AMG of Cody Blanton in the early sectors of the track. However, Cody seems to pull away as they head out of Spoon and towards 130R. Jardier staying towards the center of the track, not quite in the slipstream of the number 9 ahead of him, but still gaining rather significantly. Just a reminder, a couple of cars with time penalties that will be assessed at the end of the race. Included in that, the number 38 more. That is the AMG currently scored in 4th place overall. In addition, the 49 in the 5th position, 15th, I should say. And the 19th position Ferrari, number 95, has a 15-second time penalty. The other penalties that have been assessed have been served, as far as I understand. A couple of incidents under investigation, but no action for the moment, as we see our leaders currently going through the S's at the beginning of the lap. 2 seconds the gap between our leader in the front-engined Mercedes-Benz, followed by our second-placed Audi. 50 laps currently completed by our leader, at least 50 laps since the red flag. When we went back to green with about 11 hours and 20 minutes left in the race. We've now made our way about 25 minutes into our 3rd hour of racing. We'd like to remind those watching in our YouTube chat to please let us know of any topics you'd like to discuss, any drivers you'd like to take a look at or perhaps talk about. We'll also try to have some interviews, have some drivers come in after their stints, and we will, I'll actually take a look and see if we have any cars that are ready for interview. If you'd like to take over for just a moment, Nick.
Yeah, at the moment, as you can see, we are looking at Jadia. I will try and get just a bit of an update on our GT4 field, as you know, we are having a multi-class. Sorry, I found a name that I have not seen for a while. Number 39 in at the moment in P35. Hansi Collins, Colin, who I've been racing with in AOR, in the original Assetto Corsa League. Great to see him out there, though that Aston Martin looks like it has been seeing better days. And as you know, again, this is the Suzuka 12 hours endurance race, and it will also be the Suzuka 12 hours of butchering names. That is the only thing that we can really promise you. Great commentating, great racing, and great butchering of names. But looking at the GT4 class, it's still Max Bischoff who has been dominating the GT4 class, and he is at the moment in P45 overall, and he is having quite a gap down to Thomas Young. I will actually just try and switch over to our GT4 only. He's having a gap of 34 seconds. That was the one I was going for. And behind him, 12 seconds, is Gibson, who is actually P2 in the pro class. So Bischoff almost having a minute down to the next GT4. And this is one of the things we have seen with the GT4s. You know, it's a bit more of a spread field, and I think that's due to well, first of all, you know, drivers, but also just due to the classes. You know, they're getting overtaken by GT3s all the time, and it has taken a bit in, and as we have Krupp at the moment in the 41 what was it, moving chicane racing, MCR. He is at the moment P3 in the pro class. Charles in the other Audi we are having in the GT4 field is at the moment in P2 in the Silver Cup, and then we have Dewey in the Porsche at the moment P3. So that's how it looks in the GT4s. There are a couple of laps between some of them. The Ginetta has fallen down quite a bit, as we're seeing the car number 52. As I will actually just see if I can find them in the list, which is Glenn Goose in the Pulse Sim Racing. That is a alternative downforce settings on that rear wing. I don't know if you have seen that, Brendan, but that is I'm not sure that it's really effective, but it's definitely a different way of getting your downforce on the car. As I can see that you are at the moment still trying to see if we can get some guys to interview a bit. But yeah, that Mercedes has definitely seen better days. As I will just get all of this working again. Again, to everybody out there, this broadcast program is well, not the best I have worked with, but yeah, that Mercedes has seen better days. Are you back with us, Brendan? No, he is still gone. And the battle for the lead is still heating up, with Jadia getting ever closer. And as Brendan was talking about before, you know, there's forecasting rain in about 10 minutes. But as you all know from Formula 1, saying that there will be rain in 10 minutes is never ever guaranteed. And I got the message that you're back. Do you have any?
I am indeed. We're just getting ready to have an interview. Yep, here we go. So we'd like to welcome to our AOR broadcast booth Ryan from car number 19. That is
Hello.
So Ryan, you told me that you were in for your first stint. How'd your first stint go?
Yeah, we had a couple problems on track with some other cars, but we did in both race start and restart. We gained a lot of good positions, gained about 10 or so, and then a couple unfortunate events dropped us down a bit. I think we're about 4 or 5 behind on lead car at this point, but we're cutting through the pack quite nicely, and we're coming up to our next driver change as well.
Now, there's not many McLarens in this field, only 2 or 3. How's the performance of the car compared to some of the other cars that we have out on track?
I think it's no secret we are down on power compared to someone like the Mercedes or the Astons. They seem to be killing it around this track compared to us. We have quite good low-speed corner performance, I think, and our medium speed's quite good coming up towards Degner. But we do lack it on the straights, but we've got enough to get us past the GT4s, which is what matters at this point.
Now, we've seen an overcast kind of blow in. The race did start in the sun, but now the track conditions cooling a bit and overcast coming in, a bit of a threat of rain even. How do you think the performance of the car might be affected by the rain compared to some of the other cars? Do you think the McLaren will thrive in the rain or perhaps become even more at a deficit?
I think it's a bit tricky to tell at this point. We've done a lot of practice in the wet, and we can nurse the tyres quite well enough to get in for a pit stop if we need to put wets on, as I think our driver's just lost it. Yeah, we just got our eyes on the radar right now, just seeing if we actually end up having rain or not. But we think our car's quite well balanced for changing conditions. So.
Well, tell us about your co-drivers and about your team and how your team came together for this event.
Yeah, so we're racing for Blackout UK, which is a group in the UK that attend a lot of LANs. And yeah, I met a couple of the people in the group working an esports event back in February. And the group now runs a weekly Formula 1 tournament. And yeah, just talking to these guys, becoming mates with them all, when we decided we'd club up and do one of our first endurance events together.
So given that this is your first endurance event, what made you decide that 12 hours was the way to go? Was it just the availability of the event? Have you done AOR events in the past?
Yeah, so I believe a couple of the people, I believe Viper and Swifty, my 2 other co-drivers, they've done AOR events in the past, and obviously AOR has been on our radar, just in terms of watching sim racing online. And we figured we'd been looking, especially after Virtual Le Mans, we were quite excited to try and get into an endurance event of some kind. So yeah, it was just the right timing for us, and here we are.
Well, we always have some varying opinions when it comes to different sims. With Virtual Le Mans, what sim did you do that in?
That was on R Factor. We were considering iRacing, but yeah, we ended up doing R Factor for that. But I think all of us are a bit in a bit of an agreement that Assetto is the way to go when it comes to simulator, especially not F1. F1 is definitely a bit arcadey.
So, well, yes, that would be my follow-up question. When you compare some of the sims that you guys have used in different events, is Assetto Corsa the best one in terms of physics that you've used? And what do you think are the downsides and perhaps some of the benefits?
I think in terms of physics, it definitely is the crown holder when it comes to that. I think F1 for ease of putting on events is probably king in that regard. I know it's quite easy to put on leagues and stuff for F1, which is nice, but maybe isn't necessarily the most accurate to the real life thing, whereas I feel like this is quite closely mirrored when you see people like James Baldwin using this as a practice for his real life GT driving. So yeah, I definitely think Assetto Corsa is top of the list.
Now, we see you guys are running a rather bright colored livery. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so we're a big fan of McLaren when it comes to their F1 team. We love the papaya orange, and we took all the colours from that, and then also added on some splashes of black for details and some blue. We spent quite a while talking over the design and everything, and speaking with various people that wanted to be on the livery. And yeah, we just thought it was quite a nice colour scheme, and it stands out when we're going past black cars like this Aston Martin.
Well, we thank you for coming in for interview. We wish you the best of luck in the rest of the race. And cheers.
Yeah, no, thanks very much. Cheers.
Great to hear some
That
insight
was-
from other drivers out there.
Yes, indeed. We'll try to get some more interviews in. Again, that was Ryan from the number 19 Blackout Racing McLaren. Currently in that car is Bradley Wright, as we've seen him have a couple of spins in turn one. So the handling of that McLaren a little bit averse to turns 1 and 2, it seems at the moment, but rather solid through areas like this here at 130R. Nick, anything interesting that you've seen recently?
Well, at the moment, Jadia have lost a bit of ground to Brayden in the battle for P1. And that the track temperature is getting down a bit. We are now down to 35, so only 2. Ooh, as we have an Aston Martin going off. Jadia trying to, flash his way through the traffic, and traffic trying to get away. Not always the easiest of things, and I think maybe some people are a bit afraid here. In traffic, you don't have to completely, throw your car away. It is, you have to move over, but in a safe manner. So I think we have seen a bit aggression out there as well from some drivers, and I think as when we get further into this race, I think we will see that drop down a bit, as I think Cody just had a bit of an issue in traffic. He has lost about a second to Jadia now. The battle is heating up again.
So yes, the battle for the overall lead heating up between the number 9 AMG and the number 39 Audi. That battle getting ever closer between the rather popular Jardier and Cody in that very powerful dark blue and orange and white AMG that's been rather dominant between our Super Bowl sessions and now in the race. Do you think that perhaps rain could actually play into the hands of the AMG, or do you think that maybe the Audi would still hold up?
I to be honest, I think that rain will suit the AMG more. One thing is the rain, but in my experience, especially the drying of the track, because I don't think if we're getting rain that will be that long. I think especially on a drying track, the AMG is a beast. But I think maybe between, because these are excellent drivers out there. I think as Jadia is getting trying to muscle his way through the traffic, One thing that this is probably gonna... I can hear myself now. One thing that this is probably gonna handle with more the rain is other drivers, the traffic that they're gonna have to overtake, because suddenly your braking distance is longer, the visibility is worse, the grip level is not where you want it to be, so they have to be more careful through the traffic, and so which one of these drivers are the best in the wet, I think is definitely much more of a factor than anything else out there. As we are at the moment in a bit of a standstill. This is what happens in endurance racing, as we're actually having a close battle between the for P9 between Ismail, who I think has been off track actually. I think that is Oneko who is passing him. Oneko who we saw at the restart all the way down at 41st place. So he is really battling his way back up, and one of the tier 1 drivers in the league. So he's definitely a fast one, and a pro driver who wanna get up there. And just to update you guys on the battle for the silver lead, it looks like the Audi of Van der Berg has gotten quite a big gap down to Adam Flynn, who has lost a bit of time, and it looks like he's not as fast as his teammate, but Mr. Shepard is also quite the alien out there, to be honest. So, you know, not being as fast as him is that doesn't mean that you're not fast. It just means that he's incredibly fast. But P2 overall P2 in the silver class is definitely a good thing. And I can see that you're still hunting for interviewers.
Indeed, I'm looking for interviews, and I'm also playing with the autopilot.
Oh yeah. We have an autopilot feature on our road. That's quite a nice feature in there, and one that we will be putting into use at one point, because you know, we are commentators, we are on an Ironman stint, and we also have to eat. And it will probably be on different times, because, as we've mentioned before, you know, Brayden is from the States, and I am from the lovely country of Denmark. So we do have 6 hours difference as well. So for Brayden, this race has started in the morning.
Yeah, the race started at 7 a.m. for me.
As the 95 car just lost a position, and that's the podium place in the Silver Cup that just got changed for position there, as the 77 Porsche, which is a horrific looking car, just overtook the 95. It did look like the 95.
Don't be rude, Nick.
Huh?
Don't be rude.
I'm not rude. I'm just telling the truth. But it looked like the 95 kind of let him pass, so it's going to be interesting to see if that's just a lack of pace, or if that was just maybe braking too late.
And we do see a really tight battle. This is for 38th position between an Aston Martin and a McLaren just behind it. That's 555 from 349. 349 goes down the inside. He's able to make a pass. Now the Nissan GTR, who is laps ahead at the moment, trying to make a move on the outside in the grass, and contact now with the GT4, I believe that is. No, that is a GT3. The 555 goes around. He was originally leading that group, so he's not able to get out of that cleanly, unfortunately. And some contact with the GT4. Now a GT4 going into 130R. GT4 is now sideways. That is near the 9th position.
Are you?
Number 44. I'm just letting autopilot take the wheel, baby.
That's not okay. I can't follow that.
I'll send you my autopilot settings. We'll see if it'll follow along at the same rate.
Oh, okay.
But that was some contact with the GT4, so we've seen a little bit of GT4 abuse, so to speak, and heard a lot of complaining about that in chat. We'll have to see if that affects the race at all.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, and you know, as you guys know this, we're playing around with this with the settings, and we are having a bit of fun in here, and just commentating on the race. There's a lot going on. We can't keep up with everything, but we are trying, and we're trying not to be as well too serious, but still serious enough. But yeah, let's try this autopilot thing. This could be interesting. We could maybe be synced up here. Let's see if I can get it into position here. So,
and while you do that, I may see if I can drag my good friend Mike Skeppers in here after his first stint, but he is a little uncooperative when it comes to interviews, admittedly.
Oh. So you have not trained him well?
No, we're still potty training him.
Okay.
Let me see if I can grab. So we'll have a little bit of quiet for just a moment. Just enjoy the sounds of the engines going around here.
I will just go on board 2 seconds on this Mercedes if I can get this program to be happy with me cockpit while I am looking at this autopilot settings.
Alright, so I've come back. Have you been able to get that autopilot working?
I've now clicked it.
Excellent.
So I'm at the moment looking at car number 3.
Yeah, it looks like it's working. I assume we're both. Well, yes, we're both looking at. I believe that is Jake Moore in the Ford Zilla car that we're both taking a look at. You've also seen a pass for position. A little bit of onboard camera work as well, so hopefully we'll see a little bit more variety in the cameras with this
I'm
pilot.
at the moment on the rear end of 7-0. And moved again.
Rather cool camera angle, isn't it?
I'm just more interested in if we are synced up, as we just see Andrex going on the inside of Van Bergen.
I don't think we're necessarily synced up, but we're still both doing well, it seems. At least relatively close. I can kind of see what you're looking at the same time, so we'll see if we can sync it up a little bit. Not quite sure if we'll be able to, but hey, why not? We'll keep trying it.
It's a fun thing, and as you say it's a good piece of software. It can definitely be dialed in a bit more, and we will try that in maybe during the stream and maybe in the future, as we just see a 912 going on the inside of the 66, and that's just that's pro cars being lapped down compared to the 66. Well, that's actually the 912 is actually a silver car as well. So unlapping himself and trying to get up, as we are now in the gaggle of a lot of GT cars behind a beautiful Aston Martin. That's one of my favorite skins, that Union Jack Aston Martin there.
Indeed, and I'll try to communicate to you some of the stuff that I'm seeing, some of the positions, so that you can follow along as we see that battle between the Bentley and a couple of Astons behind it.
And he's just letting them by.
Very smart there. Let me see if I can find that battle.
Oh, we have swapped again. I think I need to dial these in a little bit.
Yeah, maybe.
Because I think we have them on quite a high.
I have them on very extreme settings.
Oh yeah.
Look at me living on the edge, baby.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take them down a bit, and then I will write you the settings. This program is not the best for these things.
Indeed, that is true. So, a lot of close battles. I'm actually taking a look at the 23rd place car. ACC Vlandarian Cliff Bulk, currently on board with that car. And now also looking at a battle, I believe that is for position. Yes, that's for position. The 919, that's the 18th position, currently trying to hold off the 95, the Ferrari, in the 19th position. So taking a look at those two, they're side by side. Also a battle for position, I believe that is between, or no, that is not for position. That Audi making a pass on lapped traffic. So let's see if we can actually get this dialed in a little bit. Of course, we appreciate your patience watching the stream. A question about the weather forecast. We have a 30% chance of rain and a 2% chance of heavy rain within the next few minutes. Of course, we started the race with clear, sunny skies, and now we've had a overcast blow-in that has thrown a little bit of a wrench in the track conditions and the handling of these cars. I personally am hoping we see some rain, maybe throw a bit of a wrench into everything that we're looking at. But until we see that, we'll keep you, of course, up to date on all that information. Looks like maybe about 10 minutes out from any potential change in the weather. Now just 10 minutes left in our third hour of racing. Our current leader, just to remind those joining the stream, is the number 9 car. That would be Cody Blank. He currently leads. Second place, Jardier, the rather popular streamer, and that battle has stretched out just a little bit.
Yeah, it's now in 3.4 seconds between the Mercedes and the Audi, and at the top. It's getting quite a lot darker out there, to be honest.
Yes, the clouds do seem to be getting darker, don't they?
It does, but we also getting, lower on into the afternoon. So, but again, you said before 10 minutes until rain, and it's the typical Formula 1 rain weather forecast. It's never really there. We are having 9 hours left of this race, and we will probably have rain in about 9 hours and 10 minutes. That will be the norm. Getting the rain just right after the checkered flag. That's how it normally goes. As we are seeing the rear end of Jadia at the moment, rear wing. Getting into turn 1, and we can hear his going down. Now we're seeing, and here we actually get a good look at the difference between GT3 and GT4, and as we just swapped away, I would have liked to be there, but there's a bit more of a battle, as we have two GT3s trying to get by GT4, and they discussed that and agreed that the Aston Martin should go behind. As we're now on the rear. Just look at the sound to that Porsche. It's a great sound of a GT4 car. It's still jumping quite a bit.
Yeah, we'll have to tune in those settings a little bit.
Definitely.
Playing with it a little bit, but certainly a bit more variety for our viewers to look at as we cycle through a little bit. Someone to talk about, the 947 in 29th position. That car was on the podium until some contact, sent it off the road with some significant damage. They've repaired that damage since in the pits and managed to get back onto the track and back into the race, though rather a far way back.
Ooh, as the car number 77 just went off track, and I think they just avoided the wall there. That was close. That was really, really, really close. As he spun off again, and he just hit a... I think they might have been in contact with a Bentley, and the 77 car is really losing positions at the moment and getting back on track, and he might have issues with his tires at the moment, and we can't be too far away from actually seeing pit stops again. I'm getting a question on the stream where somebody said what on earth, and yeah, it's a track on earth. Oh yeah, it's a GT4. Yeah, we are having multiple cars here. We're having GT4s and GT3s. We are also having different classes in the GT3s and GT4s. So we have GT3 Pros, Silver and Am, and we have GT4 Pro and Silver.
Yes, so multiple classes, multiple things to look at.
And multiple things that can go wrong, as the car number 52 is just in the pits, and car number 69 as well. Ooh, as we actually have a battle in the GT4. Or, no, that's an overtake for position. That's Knop getting past the B wax rating. I hope that the guy has gotten any pants on yet, but we don't know. As they're getting passed now by 330R, and the camera just shot away.
Still learning with.
Yeah. We have a setting here called proximity. What do you think that is for?
Cars that are close to one another.
Ah, that's true. Then maybe let's do that and take the. I'm just gonna fiddle around with a couple of settings again. I'm just gonna stop the auto for a bit, and we'll just let's go on board with the Lexus, because even nobody has heard that car yet, that is a beast of a car.
For sure. Now, we appreciate your patience. We're just fiddling around with some settings on the stream, so we apologize for any bit of any sort of janky camera work.
It's all down to your fault.
Oh, yes, of course. It always is, isn't it? Yeah. Well, perhaps during one of my breaks, I'll see if I can fiddle around with it some more. Now let's see if we have anyone potentially for interview. Why don't I hop over and see if I can get that set up?
Yep. As I will just say, we are now on one go again, and he's getting up to P6. That's a monster race that he's at the moment on. As we're seeing the behind of the car number 12, which have taken quite a bit of a recover drive from actually being, completely at the back end of the grid after multiple incidents, which we're kind of out of their hands. They got hit in the at the very first on the very first lap, and then after a bit they just had issues on the second time with connection issues. The guy who was in the car were not able to see anybody, and so they're having quite a bit of issues. As we just see Coblenton getting past as Hansik has pitted from P2 at the moment. So pit stops getting closer and closer and closer, and we have only 9 hours left of this race out of the 12. So we're about 1/4 into this particular endurance race. And as you guys can see, this is getting a bit darker, and at one point this is gonna be completely dark for the drivers. The rain is still keeping, waiting for us, and I'm not too happy about that. I would also really like to see the rain.
Gardier's just come into and now exiting the pits, so that will start that cycle for the leaders. So also coming up behind him, the 911 Porsche. That is not 4th position. That car all the way down in the 12th position. So, taking a look at Jardy, we'll see if he's able to use perhaps the undercut to try to gain some time on Cody Blanton. Again, we've had 67 laps of racing since we had our reset of the server and a red flag, as we now approach crossing our 3rd into our 4th hour of racing, with 9 hours and 30 seconds now remaining in our race. And 3 hours in, Nick, I'd like to ask you who you think I mean, it could be something of an obvious question, but who do you think are the favorites?
Well, the favorites are definitely Carl Blanton, and in the car number 9 and car number 39, which has also had a driver change. V Barrier, I have no idea who that is. But for me, those two are definitely those are definitely the favorites for the pro and overall win. I will say the V3 Racing and the Audi number 66 are probably the guys to beat in the Pro-Ams. I will still say that 95 Ferrari, with that strong start that it had, we should not really, keep... I don't think that is out of the question yet. There's still a lot of racing to go. A class that we haven't really talked too much about is with the car number 256, if I can find them here, which is actually a Nissan who is leading that class, and they have had quite a big gap to the others. So I think if they can keep their noses clean, I think they have the pace to really challenge for that position. They've been out there for quite a big time. And then in the M class, or in the GT4 class, I think you can't look away from the car number 1, Max Bischoff. As we see here, he has had a lead of almost a minute down to his nearest rival. So I think if he can do, if he just can keep the nose clean, I think he will win this class. But again, 9 hours and 58 minutes to go. There's
8 hours and 58.
whole lot. Yeah, 8 hours and 58 minutes. There's a lot of racing to be done yet, and a lot of different conditions as well. That I don't think that night racing could really be as much as a curveball as rain could be, to be honest.
Well, something interesting to look at in our 3rd position, Jake Moore, number 38. Despite having a time penalty, they've actually caught up significantly to Valentin Barrier in the number 39 Audi ahead of them. They've fallen off just a little bit, so maybe it took a little bit of time for the tires on the Audi to warm up and get back up to pace. but that battle actually rather close considering I believe the 38 has already served a drive-through, hasn't it?
Yeah, but as you see now, the 38 is pitting. The 39
Oh, yes, they
have
not
had their
made the
pit stops. So, as we see a lot of
Right.
cars getting into the pits at the moment, also P5. Ooh, that's an Aston Martin being a bit too slow. Well, an Aston Martin hitting an Aston Martin because the Aston Martin was slow. Can you repeat that one?
An Aston Martin hitting an Aston Martin because an Aston Martin was slow.
Yeah, that's one of the good ones. As we actually
Excellent.
see, what you can see now with the 247 car, with this pit lane, it's going downhill, which is also a bit of a curveball out there, and especially in the real world with cars having to stop and with all their gears in the pits, it's you sometimes forget, when you talk about track, elevations, you think of Spa, like on there you can really see it's going up and down, but it's really going up and down here as well, as some might not think too much of, as we actually get the McLaren of the V3 Racing up into P4 at the moment overall, but they still need to serve their pit stop, and I think they might be close to the 7.5 minute threshold. We can't see that. Again, we were talking about stuff that we really wanted to see for the future. I would really like to see, or be able to see, a timer of how long a driver have been in the car, especially when you have a max stint as we have had here. That could be a really good thing and a nice tool to have as we are looking at the rear wing of Cody Blank. Now the front.
So that is the overall leader that we're riding on board with, the number 9 Mercedes AMG GT3, that blue and orange liveried car with a 8-second or so lead. Or no, actually, I was looking at the wrong spot. Not quite sure what the gap is there. He's completed 70 laps, soon to be 71 since the red flag came out. Now 5 minutes into our 4th hour of racing, as the number 9 looking to the inside of that lapped traffic. That is an orangish yellow Audi. The clouds looking to be getting ever darker and ever more ominous, especially just over the section of the track near 130R. So we'll see if the rain does end up coming. Going to be a big concern of many of the teams throughout the remainder of this race.
Oh yeah, definitely.
We have a large pack of cars around 35th position. A big group of cars battling there. So our 956 Silver Girls team currently has just made up a position for 34th position on the Aston Martin that was just ahead of them. We also have a slow car, it seems. Or no, I just stand corrected. I thought the 999 had been a little bit slow. That, of course, is Heiko's team. They're currently in the 14th position, about a 10th of a second behind the Lexus that is next in position for them, but not able to make up any spots there.
I'm just looking on some of the talking points that we have been gathering throughout the last week, and again, I will point out to the viewers of the stream, you can find in the description a link to where you can post in talking points that you would want us to talk about during the remaining 9 hours. One of the things here is, does sim racing translate to real track racing? what do you think here, Mr. Brayden? Do you think that just by having a great, as I get a message that we are having 39 with huge damage? Did you say
Well, to
39?
answer, I believe it was 39. I just saw it a moment ago. Not sure who it was. It was an Aston Martin GT3.
Oh, that's
I
not
believe
39.
it was 39.
39 is our YouTuber.
Audi, so I apologize. No, wrong car. Not sure where that car had gone, but that's all right. But to answer your question, yes, it does translate to real life. Not in the way that one might think. For example, if you're preparing for a race, going to a track that you've never been to before, there's nothing as valuable as sim racing to give a driver who's new to a track or new to a series, even, or a car, give them the opportunity to feel what the car is going to feel like and have a deeper understanding for the feel of the track, the flow of the track, and especially for races, endurance races. When you have to be consistent, there's nothing more valuable than just having laps under your belt. And there's no way to get those laps except for being on a sim, unless you're there in testing and in practice. But at the same time, if you're going to go to practice in the real car and just wreck it because you don't know what the car how the car drives, then you've just wasted money. So sims are really invaluable for such a purpose as learning tracks, but it doesn't quite it doesn't maybe give the feel of the G-forces that being in the actual car does.
Oh no, definitely. But there are, we have seen, especially with the Nissan projects before, of sim, sim drivers actually getting out there and become real drivers. There's Lucas Odondes in the Blanc Pain series, who has been actually a Nissan factory driver for quite a while and is now over at Bentley and is really, has really taken quite an amazing, journey here. So that's definitely a interesting thing. But also when we saw the virtual Le Mans race, they were actually talking about, the sim drivers in these sim racing games were actually faster than the real drivers, because it's a different discipline, driving a sim, because you, as you mentioned before, you don't have the G-force, you don't have the wind, you don't have the smell of the burning rubber or the burning fuel and stuff like that. And I can see that Brendan really wants to get Heiko back in here. Is he able to talk with us? Because I know that he can't be too far away from his stint.
Well, he did say that he is available, so we'll pull him in.
Okay.
We'd like to welcome back to the commentary box Heiko, our resident overlord and race steward. Welcome back. So, how's the strategy been going for the 999 car?
Yeah. Well, the idea was good, but we gotta drive through, just for track extending 4 times. But other than that, all going pretty well. Not too much damage, not too many incidents. Little touch here and there, but nothing too serious. So far it's all right.
We saw a few drivers have some time penalties, 15 seconds, 5 seconds. Now, are those served during the race, or are those post-race penalties?
No, they are now since this week. They are now being served during the race, during your next pit stop.
Oh, amazing!
This was one of the things that was changed in the latest patch, and the one thing that was really awesome.
So how does that change some of your decision making on the severity of penalties, given that it'll be served during the race during a pit stop? Does that change at all some of the decision making? And you know, the difference between giving someone a drive-through versus a 5-second penalty versus a 15-second penalty, depending on the severity of the incident?
Well, it doesn't make a difference for the decision making, because we have set guidelines for the stewards which they are supposed to follow. So these guidelines didn't change with the latest patch of the game, but it sure has a different effect on the race itself, because serving it during your pit stop is something different than, you know, having to or seeing it being added to your total time after the race. That is a thing that is completely off the track. You know, now it is something that is, yeah, it's in a pit lane, but still it's, you know, happening on the track basically.
Right. So you did mention guidelines for stewards. How big is the stewarding team at AOR?
Well, I can give you a number. I cannot give you names, but well, it is. For the regular leagues, we have around 20 to 25 people. But for an endurance event, obviously, there's people who are gonna participate in it. And for the endurance events, it's they are free to sign up, but they don't have to. Whereas for the leagues, they are kind of, you know, they signed up for it, or they said yes to it, so they are supposed to, you know, be active at least. And here at the endurance, it's completely up to them whether or not they want to do it. And the group is a little bit smaller than these 20 to 25, but there's still enough of us.
So a group of stewards. Now, how do you communicate between each other, and how do you decide who evaluates which incidents or inquiries?
During this event, it is all posted on the same page, and everybody gets to give his opinion. But you don't have to constantly give your opinion on every inquiry. You can also, when you're driving, for example, it's impossible for you to, you know, to do inquiry stuff. So we just wait until we have enough opinions on a certain inquiry, and then when everybody is kind of in agreement with each other, then the penalty is announced in the in-game chat.
So we've seen, we did have a red flag and a server reset. Has the server been stable, and do you think we'll be able to make it to the end on this?
So far, everything seemed good, but yeah, the question is it gonna last? The thing is, nobody has really tried a 12 hours event with this many cars on track. We personally have never actually been testing it for so long with so many cars. So although we do think that it in this case could survive, we are not 100% certain about it, because we cannot be. We don't know. Nobody knows, because nobody has tried this yet.
So we've also been discussing the threat of rain, and this session started bright and sunny with clear skies, and now an overcast has rolled in. What do you personally think of the chances of rain coming in, and how do you think it'll affect the race?
I would personally be surprised if we get no rain at all. There is a 40-something% chance of rain throughout the event, and plus we also still have the weather blocks of 4 hours in this game, and since we go through 3 entire weather blocks, yeah, probably the chances might even go, you know, might become bigger for rain to show up. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. I personally hope there will be rain. Would make it interesting for sure.
Oh, and a little bit of a send from our leader. Thank you, Heiko. We'll get back to you in just a moment. Our leader, we of course had a driver change at the front of the field. DeWald Nell now in the Avid Chronic Racing number 9 AMG GT3. He's basically just shunted a GT4 off the road, and a little bit earlier at the end of the previous lap had gotten those right side tires off the edge of the track. which slowed him down a little bit. So perhaps still getting used to the car is DeWald now installed in that car. He's not lost too much time to Valentine Barrier behind him, around about 3.3 seconds, but he better be careful, because if he gets a penalty, that could quite certainly put the race in favor of the number 39 Audi behind him. Now 2.6 seconds the gap back. So we will see, and we do see another
drive-through for P1.
Drive-through penalty for our leader for contact. So that's really significant. Heiko, we'd like to get, we'll get your thoughts on this in just a moment. So a drive-through penalty for our leader, that is absolutely massive. The 39 will inherit the lead, and this is huge because the 9 and the 39 have been swapping lap times, neither able to get away from the other. Maybe the 9 with a slight pace advantage, but certainly not anything that could, not anything significant that they could overcome a drive-through penalty without some other sort of help. So, Heiko, what are your thoughts on this, and what do you think would have caused that? Would it have been that shunt in turn 1?
Well, I cannot exactly say what they got the penalty for this time. I just know that car number 9 has been having some issues with being unable to see certain cars on the track. At least that's what they've been writing in the Discord chat. They have been sending in some footage towards the stewards to prove their point, but that's when I left the Discord and couldn't look at it anymore. So I don't know if this drive-through will actually stay or if it will be removed again because they couldn't see the car, for example. I don't know that, so I cannot really say more sensible stuff to it. So.
Well, that is actually something interesting that I didn't know personally, that the penalties can be removed if so decided by the stewards. So what kind of argument could teams make besides, and how could they prove that they weren't able to see a car ahead of them and potentially have that penalty overturned?
Well, the thing is that a drive-through needs to be served within 3 laps, so they only have a really short time to actually send us the footage. But if they are streaming, then obviously they can, send us footage to show us, like, yeah, we couldn't see them on track. We don't know why, but we couldn't see them. Clearly, when they cannot see them, they can also not be held responsible for the contact. So, yeah, it is possible, but only in very special and rare cases like this one, where it's obviously not their own fault. In general, though, verdicts of the stewards cannot be overruled or changed at all.
So that is...
as we just have our P3 car in the wall. I think there were a bit of a lag moment on the server and he smashed into the wall in the SS. Sorry to budge in there, but that's massive for this race as well. P1 with a drive-through and P3 in the wall.
Well, that will make the lead ever bigger for the number 39 crew once, or if I should say, that drive-through is served by the 9. Some heavy damage to the front of the Aston Martin in the 3rd position. He's already lost a spot to the 38 of Jake Moore, who's now served his penalty. Another drive-through now assessed to the number 81, as I believe he is actually passing the number 5, so perhaps he had something to do with that damage, but going to be hard going with the hood popped up on the front of that Aston Martin. He'll pull over to the side, and it's actually getting passed by a GT4, so that damage must be really quite terminal. Now, to remind those in chat watching, we currently have Heiko, race steward, with us in the booth. Of course, myself and Nick Domino are your broadcasters for today. We actually have Cody Blanton ready for an interview. So, Heiko, we thank you for being with us in the booth. We'll try to bring you in a little bit later, and we appreciate you answering all of our questions.
Cheers. Talk to you later.
As I can see that Brendan has just put himself into the ready for interview Discord thing. I have no idea why he went up there. Maybe just to get a bit more information about the next interview.
So we now see the what was the third place car come in, and with us now in the booth, Cody Blanton, driver of the number 9 AMG GT3. Cody, that was one heck of a hero stint to start off the race.
Yeah, thanks, man. First time I've actually ever done multi-class racing on this game, so that was the most stressful driving I think I've ever had to do. But it was fun though. It was good. Lost a little bit of time because of some issues with invisible cars and whatnot, and missed my pit box during the stop, and then lost a couple seconds for repairs, and then Jardier obviously got pretty close, and but it was fun trying to hold him off and then get through traffic. I mean, it's a good time, but it's very very high blood pressure moments.
So we actually, before we ask you about your first stint, we just saw that your car has come in for a drive-through penalty, so you guys will lose the lead to the number 39. Can you tell us anything about what led to that drive-through penalty?
Yeah, it's kind of back to what I was referencing a minute ago. Unfortunately, going down the pit straight, I think on lap 28, on my screen, all of a sudden my radar on the top middle of my screen started flashing, and there was a car inside me in the radar, but I couldn't see whatever car that it was telling me was there. And then I sort of jinked to the right, and then I guess as thinking I don't know what's going on in this situation, and then as I was going towards turn 1, I kind of moved back over to the racing line, and then I guess I wiped out whatever car that was there on my radar. So just unfortunate, but it is what it is.
Well, did you consider sending any sort of appeal to the stewards, or did you guys just accept that penalty?
Yeah, we tried to appeal, and they suspended it until thankfully after we did the driver swap. But yeah, unfortunately, whatever footage they're looking at, there's probably a car there. So, and my replay unfortunately only goes back to lap 30, and the incident was on lap 28. So it's just a series of unfortunate events. So, but it is what it is. We'll just keep our head down and keep plugging along. So.
Well, we have seen that yours and the 39's pace have been very similar, just swapping tenths and hundredths of a second. How do you think this drive-through will affect your chances at a win, even though we're only about halfway through our 4th hour of racing?
I mean, obviously it won't help, but I'm not too worried about it. I mean, 25 seconds is all it takes is one incident, or for them to get a drive-through or something. So, I mean, it's fine now. Obviously, it's easier to handle and fight back from now rather than an hour left in the race.
So we did hear, we've been hearing and discussing the threat of rain with about over a 40% chance of rain. How do you think that'll affect the race and the pace of your AMG GT3?
We did a lot of, actually a decent amount of practice in the wet, so we're confident that if it does rain, that we should still be fine pace-wise. So.
Now, we've seen through Superpole and just throughout the week in practice the dominance of front-engine cars, and really seeing the Audi now leading is something of an upset, not being a front-engine car. What do you think has been the advantage of the front-engined Mercedes as well as the Aston Martin that have been ever so popular in this field?
I don't know. It's actually kind of hard to explain. I mean, obviously with the Mercedes, it's just down to the just raw power down the straight, so it makes up those couple of tenths every lap in sector 2 and 3 and in the pit straight, obviously. But it's difficult to, you kind of have to drive on top of, on your toes all the time in the Merc. The Aston is just really good. It's nimble, and you can get through sector 1 really quickly. Unfortunately, it just doesn't have a lot of power, so it's hard to overtake people in that car, which is actually why we didn't choose the Aston for this event. But yeah, the Audi is also really good here. So to me, it's not too much of a surprise to see it leading at all, especially with, got great drivers and Hanzik and Valentin that are in the car there.
Well, it's been a pleasure having you with us, Cody Blanton, driver of the number 9 Avid Chronic Racing Mercedes AMG GT3. Good luck in the rest of the race, and we hope to speak with you soon.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. Have fun in the comm box.
Thank you.
All right, later.
So, yeah, that was, again, the driver of the number 9 car. We have had a bit of a... Let's take a bit of an update through the silver class. We are at the moment having V3 Racing, with Alex Flynn actually leading that class. With the Audi number 66 in P2 in the silver class, and then actually the Ferrari has fought its way back up to the P3 in that class. So the Ferrari, who showed us great pace at the beginning, is getting up there, and I think it's definitely a battle between those three for the Silver Cup overall class, or Silver Cup class here.
Well, Owen, we see a spin right in front of the 111, the leader in the silver class, and he's had contact from the rear, an Aston Martin that was not able to slow down. So heavy contact to the rear end of that 111 McLaren. That's going to lose him a ton of time to the 66 behind in the 12th overall position. Potentially some damage to the rear end of that car. We'll have to ask them about that when we get a chance. That's going to potentially affect their race. You can see tons of rubber over the inside of that gold livery. So certainly a lot of rubber getting thrown around. You can see a little bit of damage to the rear end, purely cosmetic, but we still don't know if that has done any damage to the aerodynamics of the car. And now it is barely a difference between Adam and the car behind, which is the 66. 4 seconds the gap, with only lapped traffic between them. So Adam going to have to pick up the pace if he wants to maintain that position. So an unfortunate chain of events with a GT4 getting spun around in front of Adam Flynn. Now we've seen a 5-second penalty now assessed to the 947 car, potentially for more contact. That's in the 19th overall position. Our leader in the AM class, the number 256, that is the Nissan. Who is driving that right now? That is 12th position overall. Currently piloted by Wout Vervoort. Yes, that is horribly butchered. Don't mind me. So that is the Nissan GTR that is leading that class. Second place in the class is a Lexus, the 919, in the 18th position. That is currently being piloted by Nectaria GR. That is the ACC Sprint Series entry. So that Lexus currently under pressure, actually, from the 947 that still has yet to serve a penalty. That, of course, will not be... that would be actually for position overall. So the 919 tried to hold off the 947, though the 947 is in the pro class. So it would not affect their position in the AM category. I'll flash the lights from the 947 to show that he is there as the track continues to get darker. You can see the headlights reflecting off the front of the track just ahead of these cars, and the track will only get ever darker from here as the sun begins to set. 4:03 p.m. local time here in Suzuka, Japan, and just under 8.5 hours left in our race. The track temperature 33 degrees centigrade. As I send to the right side from the 947, he will try to get to the inside of the Lexus. The Lexus fights back on the left side. Will he be able to keep it? Not quite. Still side by side. Will he be able to get clear? Yes, the 947 falls back in line. Looks like he's going to try to make a move to the hairpin. Will he be able to do it? He comes to the right-hand side. The Lexus defending to the inside. The 919 holds him off. The blue Lexus currently ahead of the red Mercedes AMG. This for position overall, but not in category. The battle for what is 17th and 18th position, though I can imagine the impatience of the 947 has to do with the 12 just a little bit ahead of those two. As he looks to the inside in Spoon, just sends it up inside. Will he be able to make it stick? Yes. Now that Mercedes AMG Power going to try to pull that car away from the Lexus, so that will be the move made and done. So 17th position for the 947.
What an amazing move, but you know, that car has also been quite aggressive out there. We have seen, especially through some of the traffic, and they have paid the price for it. You know, it's, you have to be respectful in the traffic, because the traffic gives and the traffic takes. And if you force your way through, well, if you hit somebody, you might have lost maybe 1-2 seconds by just staying behind, as you just seen dive on the inside of the GT4 there. You know, you might have been losing a bit of time by staying behind, but if you hit that car and you get a drive-through or a 30-second stop and go, or even a crash, you know, then you will have lost time. And as we've seen, you know, in this endurance race, you can't afford to lose any time, because the field is, you know, so fast. And I'm seeing a bit of lag on the server, or is that only me, or do you also have that?
I've seen a little bit of stuttering.
Yeah.
But nothing too serious. Now, something interesting. It looks like we have a battle for position. I'm trying to find the car number. Got to find where they are. 956. Car number currently fighting for position. Then 999 just behind them as well. Let's see if I can find that car. 956.
That's our ladies.
Yes, our ladies currently chasing down the Aston Martin ahead. Some damage to the front end of that car with the hood popped up a little bit. A nice little train of cars currently led by the McLaren. Number 18, I believe that is. Perhaps 19, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, no, that would be the 19. So that is the battle for, I'm not sure what position. We'll have to look for that.
That's the battle for P28 that we are currently seeing between the Silver Girls and Hinsey ahead of them. Or Heinze.
Yes, so that is the 808. Yes, the 808. The car ahead of them, not full position, so that is the 20th position. Mercedes ahead of them, though giving a tow to the cars behind. The Silver Girls car peeking to the left, going into 130R, showing that they're there, not able to make the move quite yet. So the 808, Frank Lucid, currently driving in his Alfa Corsa. That is the Aston Martin Vantage. Then another Aston Martin behind him. The 89 trying to hold off the ladies, and a pass around the outside by the 999. That is the 5th position car. So not for position, but the car behind, Honor Cavillon, going to try to stay behind, try to use that advantage over the 89 ahead. She sent it up the inside. What a move. Gets it, and she's clear. No contact, a clean move, and certainly taking advantage of the 999. That's pass overall. That is a silver driver, or excuse me, an AM driver, losing the position to a silver driver. So, of course, the pace a little bit different between those cars. Now the question is, will Lucid be able to hold off the Silver Girls' entry? Currently to the inside of the car ahead. That's, I believe, the 20th place car. That is Brandon Ouellette, currently under pressure. Looks like he will make the move around the outside. So that move is done and dusted for Frank. Again, not for position. I believe there's a lap between them currently. And just behind them, behind that battle, I believe is our second place car. Yes, our second place car just behind this massive battle. So hopefully he will be able to keep out of any trouble if something were to go wrong with these cars. The McLaren that was originally leading that group spun out and ended up falling behind a good bit. Taking a look at our second place, DeWald Nell. Now over 25 seconds the gap between first and second, and another several seconds back to third place, which is the 333, currently piloted by Benze Yep, that's it. And then 4th place, Alexandre Seibel in the 137. We just talked about them a little bit earlier. So that is a Porsche all the way up at the 4th position. So we're seeing the manufacturers actually separate a good bit. Several of the Aston Martins having fallen down the order. So currently your order, Audi, followed by Mercedes, Aston Martin, Porsche, then another Mercedes, Lexus, Aston, and another Porsche. So Porsche actually making their way towards the front over the course of the race. The first Lexus is in the 6th position, the first McLaren in 11th. That is Adam Flynn. Now, that battle for the silver lead that we were discussing a little bit earlier between the 66 and 111. The 66 has it. The 111 wants it. 1.5 seconds the gap between them. The Audi and the McLaren. That is also the battle for 10th overall.
And that has been a change of position, because last time we were talking about these 66 were actually still behind. And as we saw earlier, Adam had an issue with getting hit in the rear due to a GT4 being spun around. So no fault of his own and no fault of the GT4 either. But that damage might impact his pace at the moment. That we don't know. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting as he's losing a huge amount of time being behind the 69. I think that's an AM car as well, and the GT4 as well. So he's losing a huge amount of time to the cars in front.
For sure, perhaps some damage to that car. I'll have to send them a message and see if there is damage to that car. See if I can get a quote from them regarding the status of their McLaren 720S as he tries to get around the Aston in between him and the 66. That car not for position. Let's see if I can. Let me send them a message and see if I can get a quote from them. I'll certainly try to interview Adam when he gets out of the car. Mike, not cooperative today. Not in the mood to give an interview. Of course, he's a little stubborn sometimes.
As Adam just got past the AM car there.
Yep, and we have a battle for 8th position, the 911, currently in the 8th position. That Porsche trying to hold off. That is the number 514 Lexus just behind. That battle very close, within a second, in fact, as they go back onto the pit straight here. The Lexus may be just outside of significant slipstream range, so that is rear-engine Porsche ahead of front-engined Lexus, and that Porsche is the second of the Porsches overall, the 911. Currently 3 seconds behind the next car up the road, which is the 7th place, number 81 Aston. So that battle rather close. Another battle pretty close together, 12th and 13th. That is Wout Vervoort, currently ahead of Ian Meredith, who's just about maybe 3 seconds behind. So that battle a little bit close. The field spreading out significantly as now we see Meredith go off the track. That was, I believe, our 3rd place car before they had that damage. Those right side tires just coming off to the left side, I should say, tires off.
Where are you at the moment? Sorry.
The 14th place car, 247.
14th place, yeah. That's again,
Yes,
you know,
so
the thing that we want, a synced up broadcast program.
Please and thank you.
Yeah, exactly. A question I wanted to ask our overlord is if you wanted to add, you know, one of the things that I would like to have is a safety car in this game as well, when people are, you know, having big crashes, and also the opportunity for the broadcasters to say, let's spice it up, safety car. I'm not sure that he will like it, but it would definitely spice up the race a bit more.
Debris somewhere.
Oh yeah, you know, just pressing button. Damn, a tire just fell right in front of the
Tires falling out of the sky.
Yeah. Or you know, just like on a couple of laps, you know, just Valentina sees 39 here in the front, you know, oh, sorry, we just pressed the button and now he punctured. No, we of course will never do that, and Valentina, the cars in the number 39, has been driving a faultless, a great race, and is out there leading by pure pace and staying out of trouble, really, you know, managing traffic and not, you know, going through cars that they can't see, as we have had with the number 9 car. And as we are getting closer and closer to the 4-hour mark, I will just remind everybody what we have had this this race. We started out a couple of hours ago with in the bright sky. You know, we had clear weather, track temperature was hot, the weather was hot. And after only 33 minutes of racing, we had a red flag due to the stint timer not working on the server. So we had to do a restart of that. There were a couple of teams who really, you know, that was like, you know, a lifeboat getting thrown out because we had some incidents during the first restart. The second restart was a lot better. We have had, as we see now, the car number 9, as we are actually on board with them, going down this main straight, having led the major of the race, the most laps here, just within the last 10 or 15 minutes that they have lost the lead due to a drive-through. But that's probably the biggest thing we have had, and over just a couple of hours, the skies have been getting darker and darker, more clouds up there, but the rain still eludes us. So, but as we heard from our overlord, that he expects definitely that there will be rain at some point. But at the moment, we are driving with the weather forecast of a Formula 1 broadcast. We apologize.
Yes, indeed. So Jake Moore is currently piloting the number 38 Ford Zilla entry. That they've fallen all the way down to 12th, so something must have happened to that car. They did have a 15-second penalty they had to serve, but I don't imagine that was enough to send them all the way down to the 12th position. Must have had some sort of issue that knocked them down. I believe they'd been all the way up into the 4th position not too long ago. Currently at the top of the charts, number 39, followed by the 9. That is Audi from Mercedes, followed by Aston. We've also had a few battles further down the field. The leader in of all of our GT4s is an Aston, the number 1, currently piloted by, that is Bauer, I believe, currently piloting that vehicle. That is the 44th position overall, which is our leader in GT4.
Yeah, and they have they have had quite a big gap towards the other cars. I will actually just switch over to GT4 only. Last we were on board with these guys, as you will now get a picture of the difference between GT4 and GT3 car. We're about a minute actually down to the next in line. If we can just get the program to work with us. We have, as you can see here, Bauer has just gotten over the start finish line, and Ivan, who is the closest GT4 to him, he's just getting towards the hairpin. So quite a big gap in our GT4 field, and that's something we have seen. No, one thing is for the GT3s to manage traffic. Another thing is for the GT4s to manage getting lapped as well. That's something that a lot of people tend to forget, that's an odd in itself, you know, getting lapped without losing too much time. And that number 1 car has just looked like the class of the GT4 field for the last couple of hours. But No, it is an endurance race, and anything can happen, and anything will happen in this race. So it's gonna be interesting to see if they, if they can handle it, if they're getting rain, or when it's becoming night, if they're gonna lose a bit of speed there. Is the setup only for hardcore, dry running and stuff like that? So that's gonna be interesting.
So Jake Moore in the 12th position, currently taking 11th from Adam Flynn. That's a pass for overall position, but not for position in class. Adam Flynn currently P2 in class, not letting the 66 get too far away, only about 1.2 or so seconds between the Audi and the McLaren, currently scored first and second in the silver class. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen that class featured with a dark gray background and white letters. The pro classes indicated by a white background with black letters, numbers I should say, and the AM class highlighted with red background and black numbers. And then of course GT4s you'll see has a small triangle in the lower right corner behind the number, and that indicates being in the lower class for some of these drivers. Now we've had a penalty for the number 81, a 15 second, I should say, penalty, currently going into the pit lane. So that car will fall back from its position in, I believe it was in 8th before that penalty, now falling back behind Adam Flynn and Jake Moore as they come across the line. Jake Moore now going up the inside of the 66. That is the Audi currently leading the silver class. Not too much time lost there, but still having to go through some traffic. That 38 clearly showing quite a lot of pace. However, some issues and some penalties have let it lose quite a bit of time. And now traffic actually holding up the number 66. That battle gets ever closer between, that is Lucas Jawick, currently in front of Adam Flynn. Actually, Adam Flynn's taken the position, so that traffic has actually caused a change for position in the silver category. Adam Flynn going to try to run away as fast as he can. His pace hasn't been quite as good as the Audi behind him, but they've been a little bit better through traffic. You see the blue flag waving for the Aston Martin GT4 just ahead of the McLaren GT3. So that is V3. And another McLaren off track, that's the 19. They've had a few off track excursions since we talked with Ryan from their team. Again, for those watching on YouTube, if there's any points you'd like to make, any teams
that's a slow driving GT4 car.
What position is that? Do you know?
Ooh, I'm just looking down the GT4 field. There was a Porsche. It's a 42. It's the 42 car. That looks damaged.
Perhaps terminal damage for the Porsche GT4. Very slow to the right-hand side of Spoon, I believe that is. Trying to stay out of the way of the traffic. Now making more contact with the wall. Certainly some suspension damage. Unable to turn to the left to get back onto the track. Just bouncing off the wall. They got to be very careful. A lot of traffic coming through to the left-hand side. That is the driver's side. And, oh, that was close between itself and the Aston Martin GT4 that's just flown past. Or actually, it might be a little bit of delay that I missed there.
But if you see he's sometimes it's dragging. I think it, yeah, as you said, suspension, and I think we also have a puncture here maybe due to that the tires kind of dragging on when he's turning. So you can see he's laying down the licorice as he's going completely off there, and close to the wall. Getting through the chicane. Yeah, just cut the chicane, guys. Cut the chicane. We just keep on looking at this because there can be, could be major incident, and Voodoo has just one of our amazing coordinators throughout this race has put up a live timing link. I will just add it in the stream as well for anybody who really wants to look at the live stream, as live data as well. They can get it right there. So yeah, that car is in the pits, and that's gonna be in there for quite a while. And you know, again, we don't really have too much of the, you know, we can't really watch replays and stuff like that. We will have to play around with that for another time. We don't want to do too much here, as we are looking at the number 39 trying to get past a Aston Martin who is off track. So yeah, there were a question in the chat as well if there's no combined result. You know, the pro drivers will always battle for a that's the overall result. You know, if you get P13, you get P13. You know, so what you're seeing on the tower at the moment is the overall standing. So at the moment, Alex Flynn is in P10 overall. But there's also a class position, so he is P1 in his class. So there will be multiple kind of, you know, results for this race. And I can just hear in my in my ear that we are gonna try and get some more to come in for a broadcast for a interview. But Brandon, I can also see that you're saying that you're going to lunch soon.
Yes, soon
Yes.
enough. It will be lunchtime on the east coast of the United States.
It is actually dinner time here, so I think this might be a good place to just put it on autopilot and maybe leave the viewers a bit alone.
We'll let them have some alone time. They deserve it.
They deserve a bit of alone time. I will put this on auto as I have now. We will come back, you know, when we have had a bit of food in our bellies. This is a long race. We have now in 5 minutes time had a 4-hour race, and this is, you know, this would have been halfway through the old the 8 hours of California, but we're still, you know, only 4 hours into a 12-hour race. This is, you know, the 8 hours of California, as some of these drivers competed in last time, would only just start now. You know, that's how long this race really is. So it's gonna be interesting. So yeah, we will go off to get a bit to eat, and then we will be back with you. And we are back live with commentating. I will just be 2 seconds. My name is Domino, and I will be your, at the moment, sole commentator, as I think Mr. Brayden has not been feeling too well and has talked about maybe getting a bit of sleep. He will join us when he has the time. So if I can just get my program to just work for a minute. We'll just join you with the action, as I am definitely not getting any response from the overlay program at the moment. If it's not responding, I'm just gonna have to... Oh, there it is, there it is. Got a little bit of... It lacks quite a bit, if not the best. Alright, so let's go through. At the moment, the Yas Heat Audi is still in P1, followed by the Advert Chiron Racing number 9 Mercedes. And then we have the 999 Mercedes, the Goat Racing Monogamy in P3, which has crawled up there since we have been away. I hope that the chat can hear me. If anybody is having can hear me, please just give a message in there after returning. Oh, I will see if I can get this to stop this auto thing. There we are. And we are at the moment having the Lexus of Martin Schumacher in P4. We do see a couple of 5 seconds and 15 seconds to some of the penalties to some of the drivers, and that is, mostly due to incidents around the track with the multiclass. We are having some issues on the server where people are actually getting deflated tires on their car, which can never be a good thing. At the moment, in your silver class, let me just see if you can find it, we're having the the Ferrari number 95 of Jens Kaiser leading. The Ferrari has battled its way back up to the lead in class, but are still having a 15-second penalty, which will be served during their next pit stop, which is definitely gonna hamper them a bit. Then we have Simon in the Team Tico, the number 66, being P2 in the silver class. There's quite a bit of a gap between the two drivers. I'm not sure what is causing that at the moment. And then in P17 overall, but P3 in the silver is the Goat Racing Porsche. This is really a weird looking car in my opinion. I will just be looking in chat for 2 seconds. We are at the moment, it's still overcast. The track temperature has gone down to 31 degrees. It's still a clear or a dry track that we are on, but still cloudy, and we might see, due to the temperature dropping as well, we're getting into the to the evening, as Mr. King in P6 has just been given a drive-through penalty. Darren King here, for what I don't know, but it might have been contact, or if you are getting too many off tracks, that will be a reason as well. So he's just driving in to the pits, and that car, number 38, has gotten a few penalties, and it has really hampered their race because they have had the pace to really be in the front of this particular race. And I am just gonna, yeah. I'm just looking because my as I mentioned before, my co-commentator is not feeling too well, so he's not here at the moment. We are working on getting somebody else in and join me. Ooh, as the number 38 just came out in front of the Porsche there of number 911. I think it's number 911. Yeah, it is number 911, and they are in what position? I can't see at the moment. Oh, they're in P9. So it's actually 4th position right there. That is that's the gap between them as the 911 is going on the outside. Ooh, and it's off track. And he's off track trying to get around the Lexus and got pushed off the track there. He will be furious with that. And now he's trying to get back on. Oh, is that a GT4 hitting him? Oh, more trouble. And that's our leader right behind, just avoiding that GT4, and he just lost it going through that little kink onto the hairpin. That was a huge mistake, and luckily that nothing more happened than what actually did happen there. And that's something, you know, with this racing, everything can be anything can happen at any point, you know, with traffic and stuff like that. As I'm just looking at the chat at the moment, because this is a weird thing about the tires that, you know, you can hear me loud and clear. Thank you for that message right there. I appreciate it. But yeah, it's apparently that cars are getting, you know, the tires are just dying as the second that they're getting them on, which is not a good thing. You know, it definitely won't help your speed getting on flat tires and getting out there. Let's just see. I just looking for a message up here that my previous code commentator put in. While I am looking that, we can just have a bit of on board here. Let's see how our leader is going through the GG4s, just lifting off to get the inside here and just getting into the two kinks here. Don't want to hit that curb towards. Oh, as there's a Lexus off the track. That's the AM car we saw before, and Valentin gets through that nice and easy, and he's getting inside of the GG4 in the kink and braking there. That's good driving by everybody. And the GT3 will get on the inside here. So let's see, we have talked about some talking points before, but there is like there's a question here, and I am interested to you know, talk just a little bit about it. The question is, how will sim racing get even better than ACC? Will it be graphics? How can physics get better? And how can force feedback get better? So to that point, how can racing games get even better than ACC? More content. That's really, you know, more content, and also one thing that we need is, as much as it's completely overpriced and everything, iRacing netcode. We need that. If there are any serious sim racing companies out there who want to take the fight to iRacing and really, you know, just be there. That's the main thing. And everything else is second to that. Because as we're seeing here, you know, we're having a few guys with lag going sideways and stuff like that. Sometimes the game looks a bit, you know, it looks like a computer game sometimes with these cars, where iRacing, when you're driving it's simulating the physics on screen a lot better than other cars, and you can drive a lot closer than other sims. So that is, if ACC can deliver that, they're really getting in there. Again, content. I would love to see prototypes. Definitely want to see prototypes in this game. Give me a WEC license to this. Give me DTM license to this. Give me just more content. We only have about 9-10 tracks at the most. Again, I'm just comparing to iRacing because for me, iRacing is still the standard to beat. Yeah, it is expensive, but if you take the money out of it, iRacing is still better. Just driving and the overall service of it. So that part needs to be fixed, and it can be done because again, iRacing has it, and more tracks. I think iRacing has over 100 tracks. Yeah, they're expensive to get, but they have, you know, a lot of tracks. It's a lot of, some of them are also ovals, of course they are, but they do have a huge amount of tracks, and the limitations with ACC is down to what is, you know, it's also its strength, but it's also its downfall that it has the license agreement with SRO, because yeah, we are getting the official cars and tracks and stuff like that, which is great, but we are not getting a huge amount of cars and tracks and stuff like that. Ooh, as the leader of the AM class is just looking at getting past a GT4 here, just having a bit of patience, and now he will send it on to the inside into the kink here. But yeah, getting back to my point, you know, it's still the stand bear, and we could do with a lot more Grand Prix tracks in general to race on. Is it possible to get a track map on? I will actually just have a look. 2 seconds. If we go in here, I think it's the HUD. A circuit map. I can get this in. There. That should be the track map right there. But yeah, getting, you know, a WEC license so we can get LMP2s and LMP1s and GTEs in, because for me that's the thing that we need for this to be really good. You know, I like the GT3s, and we have a lot of cars, and that's what this series has going for it. ACC, you know, you have a lot of diversity in manufacturers, but you don't have a lot of diversity in different type of cars. If you want to drive touring cars, well, you're just out of luck. You want to drive open wheel cars, you're just out of luck. You want to drive prototypes, as we have a Porsche getting off track there, well, then you're just, again, out of luck. So that is one thing that I would really love to see. And I think, you know, they would need to build a new engine. The physics in game are great. They are. And if you know, it's very nice and easy to just drive this game. I enjoy the numbers in the headlights, you know, and stuff like that. You know, all the small details. That's what makes this game. But you know, stuff like having custom liveries without killing the GPU is something that, you know, should be fixed and they should be able to do it. It's, in my opinion, it's really amateur work that isn't working. I also have a lot of ghosting on this game, in particular, you know, with the graphics. I feel like sometimes the graphics are a bit weak in some areas. There's a lot of filters and stuff like that on it, which is, you know, not a good thing. If you know, and sometimes, you know, when you crack the settings up, yeah, it looks great, but it's not. It sometimes it looks a bit weird, in my opinion. You know, rain isn't really looking good, and I get the information that Schumacher is on fire, and he's getting closer and closer and closer to that top 3. Doing 2 or 3s. Ooh, just overtaking a lot, because that Lexus is a good looking car. But that's the thing that I would, you know, change as well. Get in a new engine, because Unreal Engine here is not a good engine for this. Yeah, it has given them a lot of opportunities in the graphics department, and sometimes it looks great, but other times it's a bit meh, and they can't really add too much to it. The original Assetto Corsa game was also looking very beautiful, and they were just able to mod stuff, and we never had issues with skins on cars, and it was just a lot more open game, as we're just seeing Schumacher getting stuck behind the BMW and the Porsche of GT4. Now he wants to get by the BMW as quick as possible to get to continue flying out there. He's still a bit slower than the top 3s, but he's around the same lap times. So, you know, Heiko and Schumacher were actually on the last lap, putting in exactly the same lap times, which is a bit crazy. But yeah, what do you guys want to see in a future? You know, if you could get a racing game made, you know, what do you guys want to see? I also want to see, you know, stuff like putting on a safety car, you know, and stuff like that. It shouldn't really be that big of an issue getting a system like that programmed. I just can't see why that should be an issue. So I think ACC is a good game, but especially on the online side of it and content side of it, they really need to work on it. And being GT3 specific, I don't think it's the best. You're saying it's a better F1 game compared to what Cody's are doing. So you want a better Formula 1 game than what Codemasters are doing. Yeah, I could see, you know, a sim F1 game. I just think that Formula 1 game as it is at the moment is a bit of a, you know, niche thing. They really want to no, I'm not ranting on things I have I broadcast on iRacing, but that's a different thing. No, Formula 1 game, I'm ranting about what could make sim racing games even better, and what could make ACC even better, just to elaborate on that. That's the conversation we're having at the moment. But yeah, a better Formula 1 game. For me, Formula 1 as it's an arcade game, you know, just accepting that I like the stuff that they have put in the Formula 1 games this year. For me, I'm not sure that it can work as a hardcore sim. So I actually like the Cody's games. I think the hardcore sim is more. I think the endurance racing, as we are having here in GT racing in general, are probably better suited for a hardcore sim. But yeah, is there anybody else who have any things that they wanna see added to a game like this? Could be interesting. But yeah, what I'm broadcasting on, I'm broadcasting ACC at the moment with this event. Otherwise, every Monday evening me and Brayden is not here, and Mr. James Clay are broadcasting, commentating on the GTE League on iRacing. I am in that capacity not really talking too much. I'm just sitting there and controlling cameras and overlay program and stuff like that. Because having to just talk instead of doing that is something. Can we see some of the GT4 podcast, please? I will definitely grant you that wish at the moment as they're getting overtaken left, right, and center. Let me just see if we can find the leader in GT4. Actually, he should be here. There, I think we have Florian at the moment, the GT4 leader, and he has had quite a bit of gap, and we just see him getting overtaken a bit here. Yes, I am just getting a bit of information about getting somebody to join me here. Well, that's definitely something I could see, and as we just see Florian getting. See, this is a thing for the GT4s.
Hello.
You're constantly looking the race. Hello, Dominic. How are you?
Pretty fine. Pretty happy with my stint. We are team 107 of Mayhem. Had a pretty successful stint, no accidents, also pretty good consistent pace.
Good. How are you finding the traffic out there?
Lapping GT4s is a quite big task sometimes. Most of them let us through, but sometimes it's a little of a struggle. But yeah, it's been mostly fine. Luckily, most of the overtakes are also on the straights, but sometimes I gotta push through the corners to overtake them. But it's acceptable, I guess.
Have you had much, experience with lapping like slower class cars?
No.
In the past, now, okay, because I'm coming from.
I am usually the slower car.
Yeah. Well, okay, yeah. Well, no, I'm coming from background of just driving a lot of prototype racing. I've done, as we talked about last time, a lot of Daytona 24s and Le Mans and 12 Hours of Sebring and stuff like that. So I'm pretty used to be in a prototype car and lapping GT traffic. So I imagine that's kind of the same issue that you're having here, but you're just having to manage to get around that all the time.
Well, yeah, it's kind of the same issue because it's mostly that you enter the corner with a car length to the GT4 car ahead, and leaving the corner, you are on his bumper and impatiently waiting until he can let it through.
Yeah.
So that's probably kind of the same case.
And this is not the easiest track to have this combination as well.
Yeah, exactly.
I would agree. We had just
pretty
had
tight track.
Yeah, we just had here on some topic of the days. We got a question in here about sim racing in general, and what could make sim racing better, or even better than ACC. I think this guy really likes it. He's asking if it's the graphics that needs to be better, or can the physics get better, or force feedback and stuff like that. What do you think about that?
Well, graphics are already high level. ACC is one of the best games out there, both graphic-wise and simulation-wise. Also, the force feedback is, in my opinion, and from what I saw from many people's opinions, a lot better than iRacing. So maybe it's a false feedback because the simulation is quite good. I saw some people complaining about iRacing, like for example the IndyCar drivers, but it's still almost the same as real life. ACC mostly the same, Automobilista too. So in my opinion, it's probably the false feedback because I don't have any other ideas what could improve. Those sims are very, very realistic at this point, and it's sometimes easy to confuse them with real life.
Sorry, the car number 49 just got pushed a bit out of track. Yeah, well, for me, I sometimes have on this game that it has a bit of a graphic fidelity for me. I find it has some grain and stuff like that on it. Especially when you're getting through some of the corners, almost like the sim can't update itself enough, as I'm seeing windscreen wipers on some cars. I am seeing windscreen wipers. Is it raining? I'm not getting any rain.
I think it's not raining. I know some guys have that weird habit of having windscreen wipers on.
Yeah. I was
we
just
had one
getting
guy,
really excited there for a moment.
Yeah, we had one guy in Project Cast driving every race of every race in the league with a windscreen wiper on, even if it wasn't raining, and it's kind of good.
Once we have a car number
like
947 off.
Oh,
and that was spinning.
I think that was a hit.
I think that was a hit as well.
But it was pretty a slight hit, but he still at least on our screen.
Yeah,
but it looked pretty severe. And the car 947 having problems now.
Oh, I think that's a suspension issue.
That's definitely much damage. Oh, and he's spinning, sliding around those corners.
That's not good. It has been a tough race for the 947 with that 30-second drive-through at the couple of hours into the race. They were at the top, and now with this issue as well. But just getting back to our conversation, for me, ACC where it's really lacking, it's this multiplayer. The net code is, in my opinion, generations behind iRacing. It's really... Ooh, as we see the 947 crashing again.
That was a big crash.
That's a big crash.
That's the race over, in my opinion. They can still get it to the pits, but the time loss will be massive.
It will be... Ooh, in the middle of the pack. Don't hit him, don't hit him. Yeah, that's good. But yeah, for me, that's definitely a thing. If any of these other sims and racing will want to compete against, for me, iRacing in a lot of ways is still the benchmark of what a simulator can be. Yeah, the force feedback might not be as good sometimes, but for me, that is really down to sim preference. I feel like ACC is a lot better plug and play, definitely. But I feel like if you get your iRacing settings correct, where you can really like it, it feels great. But yeah, the netcode they need to fix, and that we can have skins without killing CPUs, is definitely also something that we should need. Oh, we have a interview, so I will just take Melody in here. So just hello and welcome to the broadcast booth. Who are you, and what car are you in, and how is it going?
Oh wow! I thought you would have some answers ready right now.
No.
Yeah, I'm from car number 41, the GT4 car. I'm Mali Pacho, and just wanted to check up on you guys. How are you doing?
Oh, we're doing fine, but we are one man down at the moment because of, bit of sickness. Was 41? Yeah.
I just joined. I got off my stint. Thanks for asking. I'm here for a second just to help commentating.
So how's it going with your race?
Well, it's going fine. We went off from a slow start a bit. I was actually the driver at the start, and we had an excursion because I was avoiding a huge pile-up in turn 1 and 2. So we dropped actually to P10 in class from P4 at the start, at the restart. So, but then we got our head down and we're slowly rising up the rank. However, we are currently a lap down to the leading GT4 car, and currently they're pretty much faster than us, actually. But
yeah, that Aston Martin of number 1 has been kind of the benchmark out there. We have been seeing quite a bit of overcast here. Do you guys expect rain and stuff like that coming?
Well, according to the in-game data, for the next half an hour it's still going to be overcast, and it's been like that for I don't know how many hours. And actually it starts to look like it will actually pass, I don't know. But at least the track is evolving. Track temperatures are falling by a bit every, I don't know, 15 minutes to half an hour. We started with 38 degrees, I believe, and currently the track temperature is at 30, so more space to use the tires.
Oh, definitely. How we know with the GT3s and stuff about they need to be careful with the brakes and stuff like that, and engine mapping. How is it with the GT4s? Can you guys just go flat out for all 12 hours, do you think?
No, we're actually, when GT3 cars are fighting us, sorry, not fighting, but rather overtaking, we have, I don't know, 2 or 3 seconds loss per lap. Oh. And it really depends on when they are catching with you, because if they are catching us in sector 1, let's say, they have no time to pass until Dunlop, until Degner, and if conditions are right, they will actually bunch up, and you will all of a sudden have 4 GT3 cars trying to stomp their way through. So sector 1 is where you don't want to encounter any GT3 cars. It's much better towards the end of the lap, especially in Spoon, and the best place obviously is after the Spoon but before the 130R. So I had an eventful stint. I was doing the opening stint, so it's a stint where you as a GT4 car, you're fighting against other GT4 cars, but then you have GT3 cars who are fighting among themselves, so they're trying to do all sorts of shenanigans with traffic just to get that few tenths up and strengthen their position. But I guess it's also what we are trying to do in fighting with other GT4 cars.
Well, as a GT3 driver, I must say that's with the time loss, it's probably the same for us. If you meet a GT4 car as a GT3 driver in the middle of the corner, it's usually 2 seconds lost as well. But I've been thinking how it looks from the GT4 driver's perspective. Like, a GT3 driver approaches you, and then I thought that if I would drive a GT4, that would be just plain scary, like the car twitching and being impatient just behind me. But how is that from your perspective? trying to avoid those GT3 all the time?
Well, at the opening stints, it was obviously really tricky to do because of the issue I just mentioned. But now that we are 5 hours into the race, we actually kind of know all the other drivers, so we know how to behave with every one of them, and we react accordingly. So if you keep an eye on us, you will actually see us. Sometimes we back off into, let's say, hairpin. Sometimes we don't. Sometimes we just stick to the racing line, and we know that GT3 cars are not. How can I say? Well, that they will have
Dive
patience, and yeah, that they will not definitely dive bomb onto us.
Yeah,
So it's like a trial and error learning,
Yeah.
but so far so good.
yeah, because you need to, you know, the thing in multi-class racing is managing traffic, and a lot of people, as I've alluded to before, think, you know, it's the faster cars that only needs to manage traffic. But if you as a slower car can, you know, control when the GT3s are getting past you, then you have a bigger advantage, because you can control, you know, the time lost. You know, not everybody's willing to play ball, but hopefully a lot of them are, and for a lot of people this will be their first multi-class racing. Have you had any experience of multi-class like we're having here with different cars like GT3 and GT4?
I actually competed in AOR Endurance on Project Cars 2 for 1 season, so that it was like 6 or 7 races. That's my limited experience, and it was a much more obvious advantage because there were LMP1 cars and there were GTE cars, so it's a huge advantage, and both GTE and LMP1 know that. Here it's tight in some areas. For example, with softer suspension, we actually run faster through the last chicane. Yeah, this is really interesting. And then some GT3 cars don't have the power to overtake us before turn 1 then, because we went through that chicane much faster. Of course, when we come to sector 1, which is so aero dependent, it's the disadvantage of GT4 cars is so obvious, but then there is no space to make an overtake.
All
But
right.
yeah, coming back to your question, well, currently our driver Krop, he has experience, a lot of experience in multi-class racing. I myself, I told you about only this season, so like 10 races. And then we have our third driver, Alex Torregrossa, who came from Formula 3 into GT4 this season. So it's a huge spectrum of experiences, may I say.
Oh yeah, definitely. And, you know, good. You know, it's just you need to do a lot of these races because it's a learning curve. But are you one of the coordinators for this, or I think I've seen your name around there before.
I think he's a AC coordinator.
Ah, yeah, that's where it is. Yeah. But just how in general, how do you feel about that we are having not only multi-class in different cars, but also multi-class within the GT3s itself and GT4s itself?
Well, I'm kind of glad that we are actually setting the benchmark here, and I haven't seen many endurance races around with multi-class with this ACC release of GT4 DLC, so I actually love the site. I love to fight now, and I think this is the correct way to go, and I hope there will be much more races like this.
Well,
if I will be the one to coordinate, if I will be the one to help, we'll see it, but I hope to join the team and to make even better events.
We are looking forward to it, and we'll say thank you for the interview, and good luck for the remainder of the race.
Thank you guys, you take care, and thank you for the stream.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, see ya.
See you.
So interesting to hear about the loss in time for the GT4s, as for some reason our the guy in P1, the AMG is having his indicators on at the moment. It looks weird.
Well, some
Why-
drivers have those weird
what-
kinks.
Why would you
I guess.
have that? No. He's having how would you say that in English? But if everybody have to stop, you have this triangle.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Translating from my language, that's emergency lights, but I have no idea how is that.
Yeah,
in English.
emergency lights. Let's just call them emergency
Yeah.
lights. Yeah,
Hazards. Oh, thank you, AC.
hazard lights. Yeah, that's the thing. But it makes no sense why he's having a hazard lights or emergency lights on at the moment.
Maybe
it
his
could-
car is broken, but I wouldn't suppose after seeing the space.
No, I don't think so. I just think it's a quirk that they are having on. It looks
I mean, I
weird
know
and-
that blinking hazards is a way for thanking other drivers for letting you through just on the road, but he's just driving normally at the moment and he's got them on all the time, so I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
Oh, definitely not. At the moment, he's actually not driving too fast as Otto in the. I believe this is our Malaysian entry into the race. Car number 49 is actually following his speed at the moment, as we are getting closer and closer to the evening, and drivers, I think, at this point are obligated to have their headlights on. I believe so.
Yes, I think that's mandatory just by the game. If you don't enable them on, it's a penalty after 3 laps with no lights.
Oh yeah, but it's more like if we are at that threshold where it has been made mandatory at this point. I think we are
I
definitely.
don't think yet.
No,
But most of the cars have their lights already on, so it could be already past that moment.
I get information that somebody think it's a glitch, a spectator glitch. I'm not sure because other cars don't have it, but it could be a glitch. But it's definitely interesting that why they have it on. Actually, with you been driving, how did you guys see the red flag situation, and was it a bit chaos, or did the coordinators do a good job when they threw that one out?
To me, it was quite confusing, but we just got the clear information that it's a red flag. Everyone stopped, and it was pretty well handled. But I still don't know what was that red flag for, because we got an explanation that it was for server issues.
Yeah.
We don't know what server issue was that.
Okay,
But
so
but it was an interesting thing because it could change many people's strategies. It got their heads working for those 10 minutes to either stick to their current strategy or try to do another one. And I think many people actually changed, because I saw people pitting at not full hours. So for example, 8 hours 40, 7 hours 40. So I guess people actually benefited from that.
Oh yeah,
but
we heard
it
that
was
they
a
were,
well-handled situation.
Yeah, we heard that they were allowed to both change tires and fuel. The message that we got from Race Control was that it was, as you say, a server issue, but that server issue was due to the drive timer, max drive timer, not.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
That was not.
Yeah, someone in my team mentioned that.
Yeah, so that was not put on, so that they needed to have the red flag, as I get a mention in the chat that they should put the red flag away. But when there's those kind of server issues, we kind of need that red flag. It is a emergency when something has gone wrong, and not having that on was completely wrong, so that needed to be fixed, and we have been running smooth ever since.
Well, as a coordinator, I must say that I had a situation once as well when I had to restart the whole lobby because of an issue I made for setting up the lobby. So everyone is human and makes mistakes. We can't blame them for making one mistake while they do all those endurance races mostly without problems. Obviously, the game sometimes still has issues, which hopefully will be fixed. So, as I said, we cannot really blame the stewards, the coordinators.
Definitely not. One thing that I will have to mention is that at the moment we are gonna have to close down the stream for just a little bit, but that's just because we need to make another one because we are way over the 6-hour limits actually for YouTube video. At the moment we are on almost 7 hours or the 6-hour limit. So we're just gonna make a new stream and I will post it in here as soon as I get it up. So that will just take me a minute or two. So look on the Discord. I will just actually try and see if I can do it while we are on air so I can share it in the actual stream. So if you can just commentate for just a little bit. We are at the moment looking at the Jadiat driving around the track.
Oh, we have a car off, and that's the big hit. That's Martin hit the 911 who went off. I think hit the wall, but we didn't literally see what happened to it. But I think that could be big damage for the Aston. Let me see. I don't know which position is here, but it will still affect their position, I guess. Maybe not if they are on some low position. But we actually have many Mercedes AMGs this time around. I don't know why is that such a popular car, to be honest, but it's quite enjoyable with that nice V8 sound. We are looking at Jardier at the moment, one of the two winners of the Pro Class on Laguna Seca, 8 Hours of California. That race happened in July on AR, and I think this time he's got a different teammate. This time around he's driving with Valentin Barrier, if I'm correct. Last time around it was Glico. So but we don't have them in the lead. Well, they are 4 seconds off and the leader has 5-second penalty. So they are still very well fighting for the win. And later we've got, I think that's Martin Schumacher. He was also running high last time around. Last time around in the BMW, now in the Lexus. Well, Lexus is a pretty stable and fun car to race. Well, personally, my car was chosen by one of my teammates. We are driving an Aston. I really like it, but it's kind of snappy even after tuning it for very long. I can't really get rid of the oversteer in some corners. But Lexus is one of the probably most stable cars around here. Also, probably the Porsche 911, which isn't really popular this race, despite it being so well recommended by many drivers and called OP, overpowered, because it's very fast. But I don't believe those theories, to be honest.
Well, you know, when you're something like that, you know, the problem with the Aston is probably a really heavy right foot.
Yeah, that's true. That's absolutely true. I love going on the. I love just not letting my foot off the gas, and I'm getting oversteer with the car, probably due to that. Well, I am throttle happy and I can't deny it. Even with the progressive throttle map.
we are at the moment switching the stream. I'm gonna shut down this one and start the next one in just a couple of minutes. So just please go over there. I have put a link to it in the chat. So please go to that, and we will be on there in just a few minutes. So we will be back there, and I hope to see all of you there. So see you in just 2 minutes.
See you in a second.